in the gene laboratories beneath the Imperial Palace, where reality itself bends to the Emperor's will, a transformation begins that will span 10 millennia. The child brought here knows nothing of what awaits, only that the golden giants who came for them moved with purpose that transcended simple duty. The chamber stretches beyond mortal comprehension, its dimensions shifting as psychic energy bleeds through reinforced walls. Banks of machinery hum with power drawn from Terra's molten core, while vat-grown servitors tend to equipment whose function defies understanding. Crystal cylinders pulse with bioelectric light, each containing genetic material harvested from the Emperor himself. This is where gods are made from human flesh, where the 10,000 are born. The child lies suspended in alchemical solution that burns even as it transforms. Pain becomes the first lesson, the understanding that suffering serves purpose when directed by will absolute. Bioalchemy flows through developing tissue, rewriting genetic codes at the molecular level, rebuilding what was human into something far beyond. Unlike the crude organ implantation that creates Astartes, this process reshapes existence itself, triggering transformation that takes root in cells and very soul. Tech priests in crimson robes move through sacred litanies, their mechanical augmentations clicking in rhythm with chanted prayers to the Omnissiah. But they serve only as witnesses. The Emperor himself oversees this creation, his psychic presence saturating the laboratory like golden sunlight. His attention focuses completely on the child, on every cellular change, every genetic thread woven into new patterns, every moment of becoming. The transformation takes years, where Astartes received 19 implanted organs over months of surgery. Custodian creation demands patience measured in seasons. The child grows in accelerated cycles, body expanding beyond human limits, while mind receives psycho-indoctrination that would shatter lesser consciousness. Languages ancient and dead flow through developing neural pathways. Combat doctrines older than the Imperium itself embed in muscle memory before muscles fully exist. Philosophy, art, diplomacy, history, all human knowledge compressed into one awakening mind. Through it all, the pain never ceases. It becomes background noise, a constant reminder that transformation costs everything. The child who entered this chamber dies slowly, cell by cell, replaced by something magnificent and terrible. Bone density increases until the skeleton could support buildings. Muscle fiber rebuilds into cords of near unbreakable strength. Neural connections multiply exponentially, creating processing speed that approaches cogitator function. Healing factors accelerate to levels where fatal wounds become mere inconvenience. But physical transformation represents only surface change. The deeper alteration happens in ways that resist description, in the fundamental nature of existence itself. The child ceases being merely human and becomes an extension of the Emperor's will, a living weapon crafted with care that would shame master artisans. Each custodian represents unique work, individually tailored genetic templates producing warriors who share kinship without uniformity. Golden light suffuses the chamber as consciousness finally surfaces after years of transformation. The being that opens eyes for the first time sees the world with clarity no baseline human could comprehend. Every detail stands sharp, from crystalline structure in chamber walls to genetic code spiraling in nearby vat-grown tissue. Time itself seems malleable, perception accelerated to points where seconds stretch into eternities. The Emperor stands before his newest creation, his presence overwhelming even to enhanced senses. Power radiates from him in waves that bend local reality, his face shifting between 1,000 forms as mortal perception fails to fix his true appearance. When he speaks, the words bypass ears entirely, resonating directly in the mind with force that could break lesser wills. The oath comes naturally, rising from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. Words of binding and service, of eternal dedication to Terra's master and humanity's guardian. The Emperor acknowledges with gesture that carries weight of ages, then turns to other tasks. His attention moves elsewhere, leaving behind only the absolute certainty that service to this being justifies any sacrifice. Attendants move forward to begin the next phase. Auramite armor waits, each piece individually forged in workshops where master craftsmen spend lifetimes perfecting their art. The golden metal gleams with inner light, inscribed with protective wards that take months to etch properly. When donned, the armor becomes second skin, responding to thought as naturally as flesh responds to nerve impulse. Guardian spears stand ready, each one master-crafted weapon incorporating both power blade and integrated bolter. The weapons feel perfectly balanced extensions of will rather than mere tools. Training begins immediately. The new Custodian joins others in combat drills that would destroy Astartes, sparring against warriors whose skill represents centuries of experience. Each Custodian fights as individual perfection rather than unit cohesion, a deliberately designed distinction that reinforces bonds to the Emperor alone. Where Space Marines function as brotherhood, Custodians exist as singular towers of might, each one complete unto themselves. The unification wars rage across Terra's surface, but in the palace depths, the 10,000 prepare for greater purpose. Each day brings new lessons in warfare, diplomacy, history, and art. Custodians serve not merely as warriors, but as companions to the Emperor, beings capable of existing in his presence without being consumed by his power. They must fight with unmatched skill, yes, but also think freely, debate philosophy, appreciate beauty, understand the full spectrum of human experience they're designed to protect. Through it all, the new Custodian absorbs knowledge with enhanced mind that never forgets, never falters, never doubts. The oath sworn in their first moment of consciousness becomes foundation for everything that follows. Service to the Emperor, service to humanity, service without end, without question, without rest. This is purpose, this is identity, this is truth absolute. The child who entered the gene laboratories is gone, existence erased so completely that even memory of that former life fades like morning mist. In its place stands a golden warrior, one of the 10,000, the Emperor's personal guard, immortal unless violence claims them, perfect in function, absolutely dedicated to duty. The galaxy burns with war as humanity reunites under Terra's banner. Soon, the Great Crusade will carry imperial might to distant stars. The 10,000 will march at the Emperor's side, witnessing wonders and horrors beyond counting. But first, there are years of preparation, years of honing perfection until it gleams like the golden armor they wear. In the gene laboratories, other transformations begin. Other children brought from Terra's noble houses undergo the same agonizing rebirth, each one unique, each one perfect, each one absolutely loyal. The 10,000 grow toward their full number, golden guardians standing ready to protect the greatest being humanity has ever produced. The new Custodian stands watch over the Emperor's throne room, guardian spear held at ceremonial rest, every sense alert for threats that might materialize from shadows. This is the first moment of true service, the beginning of a vigil that will span millennia. Around the palace, Terra continues its violent unification. Beyond Terra, the stars wait in darkness filled with enemies humanity doesn't yet comprehend. But here, in this moment, there is only duty, only service, only the absolute certainty that this existence has purpose beyond measure. The Emperor sits upon his throne, attention focused on matters that span solar systems, and the 10,000 stand ready to ensure that nothing interrupts his work. Golden armor catches torchlight as the Custodian maintains perfect stillness, a statue given life, a weapon sheathed in ceremony, but ready for war at thought speed. This is what it means to be Custodian. This is what the gene forging created. This is perfection. And perfection does not change, does not falter, does not end. The vigil begins. 10,000 years of service stretch ahead, unknowable and inevitable. The Golden Warrior stands ready to face them all. The Great Crusade carries Terra's might across the galaxy, like fire through dry kindling. Expeditionary fleets push into darkness, reclaiming worlds lost during Old Night's terror. Humanity's scattered children return to the fold, willing or broken, and the Imperium expands with inexorable momentum. At the Emperor's side, the 10,000 witness this grand reconquest, golden sentinels accompanying their master to battlefields where even Primarchs struggle. The Custodian has fought in campaigns that would earn any other warrior immortal glory, orc war bosses whose mere presence drives lesser beings mad, dispatched with guardian spear through skull plating. Eldar Corsair lords dancing through combat with impossible grace, matched and exceeded, their alien blood steaming on consecrated blade, Xenos machines that violate natural law, broken apart with methodical precision. Each victory adds to accumulated experience, combat knowledge building like geological strata. But the Custodian takes no pride in these achievements. Pride implies ego, and the gene forging stripped away such weakness. There is only duty executed with perfection that approaches art. The Emperor's will manifests through golden warriors, and the galaxy bends before their advance. When the traitor Horus turns against his father, reality itself seems to fracture. The War Master's betrayal cuts deeper than any physical wound. It represents impossible corruption, the favored son turning to powers that should not exist. Half the Space Marine legions follow Horus into darkness, their loyalty twisted by gods whose very nature defies reason. Civil war erupts across the Imperium, brother slaughtering brother in conflicts that consume entire sectors. Terra becomes fortress as traitor forces drive toward humanity's cradle. The Emperor withdraws to the palace, his attention consumed by crisis unfolding beneath the surface, beneath reality itself. The Webway project, humanity's path to salvation, has been compromised. Magnus, the Red Psychic warning about Horus's betrayal, shattered wards protecting the Imperial Webway portal, and now demons pour through the breach in endless tide. The Custodian fights in this secret war, this battle for humanity's future waged in tunnels between dimensions. The Webway passages twist through impossible geometries, architecture built by Eldar minds that conceived space differently than human consciousness permits. Here, at the boundary between real space and the immaterium, the Emperor's vision dies by inches while his golden guardians hold the line against an ocean of madness. Demons manifest in forms that violate sanity, Blood letters of corn charge with brass axes raise their crimson skin, steaming with murder lust. Plague-bearers shuffle forward in diseased ranks, spreading corruption through their mere presence. Daemonets of Slanesh move with terrible grace, their claws promising pleasure and pain without distinction. Flamers of Tzeentch vomit warp fire that consumes reality alongside flesh. Against this nightmare tide, the 10,000 fight without rest, without relief, without hope of final victory. The Custodian's guardian spear becomes extension of will honed through centuries of training. Each strike flows into the next with economy of motion that wastes nothing. The power blade cutting through demonic essence while integrated bolter delivers mass reactive rounds into the press of bodies. Around this golden warrior, demons die in numbers that would satisfy even the blood god himself. But for every one banished, 3 more materialize from warp stuff, saturating the damaged webway. Space Marines fight alongside the Custodians in this desperate defense. Astartes from multiple legions, both loyalist and those who haven't yet chosen sides, pour into the breach to stem demon tide. The Custodian watches how they operate, sees their brotherhood, their unit cohesion, their reliance on each other. It's efficient for their purpose, but it represents weakness that Custodians cannot afford. The 10,000 need no bonds beyond service to the Emperor. They are individually perfect, requiring no support from fellow warriors. Constantin Valdor, first of the 10,000 and Captain General of the Legio Custodes, coordinates the defense with strategic brilliance that spans decades of experience. His presence on the battlefield inspires efforts beyond normal capacity, his guardian spear Apollonian reaping demons like wheat before sickle. Where Valdor fights, reality stabilizes through sheer force of will, channeled through perfect physiology. The demons fear him, if such creatures can be said to fear anything. The battle for the webway stretches into months, then years. Time loses meaning in passages where physics operates on different principles. Warriors fight until exhaustion becomes background condition, rest measured in minutes stolen between assaults. The Custodian's armor accumulates damage that would disable lesser protection, auramite plating scored by demon claws, and warp weapons that should not exist. Repair servitors work around warriors who never leave the firing line, replacing damaged components while their wearers continue fighting. Supply lines extend from palace depths into the webway's contested zones. Ammunition, promethium fuel, food for mortal soldiers, all flowing forward to support the defense. But no amount of material can change fundamental reality. The webway breach is failing. Wards designed to channel psychic energy safely are corrupting, their delicate balance destroyed by Magnus's psychic intrusion. The Emperor himself must divert increasing power to maintaining basic stability, his attention forced away from coordinating the wider war against Horus. The Custodian understands what this means, understands that every demon banished here is one less threatening Terra's surface, understands that if the webway defense fails entirely, Terra becomes demon world, lost to chaos regardless of Horus's fate, understands that this secret war matters more than the siege that will inevitably come. Yet understanding changes nothing. The duty remains simple: hold the line, banish demons, protect the Emperor's failing dream, die if necessary. Around the fighting, architecture crumbles as warp energies eat through Eldar construction, never meant to withstand such abuse. Crystalline walls melt into puddles of luminescent liquid. Gravity fails in sections, warriors fighting while floating through passages filled with demon and man alike. air itself becomes toxic as warp contamination spreads, requiring sealed armor for any who would breathe without invitation to madness. The Sisters of Silence fight here too, their blank presence creating zones where demons cannot easily manifest. The Custodian fights near them often, appreciating their silent professionalism, even as their null field makes enhanced senses scream with wrongness. Where Sisters advance, demons falter, their connection to the warp disrupted by human evolution's cruel joke on psychic predators. It's beautiful in its efficiency, a different kind of perfection. Casualties mount despite every effort. Custodians fall in numbers that would have been unthinkable during the Great Crusade's bright days. Each loss is announced by the tolling of the Bell of Lost Souls on Terra's surface, the massive bell's mournful song echoing across continents. The Custodian hears these tolls between battles, each one marking a brother or sister whose perfection proved insufficient against infinite enemies. The fallen are mourned with silence that carries more weight than any eulogy. Then the survivors return to fighting. The Emperor finally makes his decision. The Webway project must be abandoned. Wards will be permanently sealed. The portal closed, even if doing so means losing centuries of work and infinite possibility. Humanity will remain dependent on warp travel, on the Astronomican's guiding light, on navigators whose mutations mark them as something other than purely human. The dream of safe passage through the galaxy dies here, in passages soaked with blood and warp stuff. The withdrawal proceeds with orderly precision, despite demon forces pressing every step. Custodians form rearguard, their discipline absolute even in retreat. The Custodian fights backward down passages that seem to stretch into eternity, Guardian spear never resting, each movement economy itself. Demons pursue with howling hunger, sensing victory after years of stalemate. But the Golden Warriors yield ground by choice, not weakness. The final ward seals behind the last evacuating forces. Psychic energy flares bright enough to burn retinas through closed eyelids. The Emperor's power channeled through technology and willpower to create barrier that even demons cannot easily breach. The Webway falls silent on the Imperium's side, but on the other side of that barrier, infinite enemies press against the seal, forever seeking entry to real space. The Custodian emerges from the Webway into palace depths alongside surviving warriors. Armor is torn, weapons are damaged, body carries wounds that would have proven fatal to any baseline human. But the Golden Warrior still stands, still functions, still serves. Around the chamber, other survivors gather. Custodians, Sisters of Silence, Space Marines from half a dozen legions, all of them worn to breaking point, all of them understanding that the respite will be brief, because even as the Webway War ends, sensors detect warp translation signatures throughout the solar system. Horus has arrived. The traitor Warmaster brings his corrupted legions to Terra's doorstep, and the final act of the Heresy begins. The siege will test every defender to destruction and beyond, and the Custodian knows with certainty carved from years of Webway fighting that this next battle will make those demon-haunted passages seem like paradise. Golden armor is repaired by palace artificers working with desperate speed. Fresh ammunition loads into Guardian spears, integrated bolter. Sacred oils anoint weapons and armor both. The Custodian stands ready to face whatever comes, secure in the knowledge that the oath sworn at creation demands everything, and everything will be given before duty ends. Around the palace, defensive preparations intensify as traitor fleet masses grow like gathering storm. The Golden Warrior takes position on the ramparts, Guardian spear at ready. every enhanced sense alert for the attack that will come with the dawn. Perfection does not falter. Perfection does not doubt. Perfection stands ready to prove its worth in blood. The sky above Terra weeps blood as Horus's fleet translates into real space. Warships by the thousand materialize from warp storms, their hulls bearing marks of corruption that twist the eye. The traitor armada surrounds humanity's homeworld like noose of rusted iron, orbital bombardment beginning immediately. Lance strikes reach down from the void to kiss Terra's surface with superheated death, vaporizing hive cities in heartbeats, turning seas to steam, cracking continents like overripe fruit. The Custodian stands upon the Eternity Wall, one of the Imperial Palace's outermost defenses, and watches Terra die around the fortress that must not fall. Each orbital strike lights the horizon with false dawn, thermal radiation washing over auramite armor in waves that would cook baseline humans in their battle plate. But Custodians were built for environments that would destroy lesser beings. The Golden Warrior observes destruction with enhanced senses that catalog every detail for later analysis, should later come. Traitor forces make planetfall in numbers beyond counting. Drop pods hammer into Terra's surface like apocalyptic rain, each one disgorging corrupted Astartes whose armor bears icons that make reality itch. World Eaters charge forward in howling packs, their butcher's nails driving them to senseless slaughter. Death Guard advance through poison clouds they themselves produce, plague-ridden forms shambling with unnatural resilience. Emperor's children move with grace that masks depravity, their pursuit of sensation, leading them to atrocities that break watching minds. Word-bearers chant dark prayers that summon demons directly onto the battlefield, tearing holes in reality through which nightmares pour. The solar war has consumed months already, loyalist and traitor forces bleeding each other across every planet in Terra's system. But now, the war comes home. The siege proper begins with assault on the Eternity Wall, traitor legions focusing their fury on breaking through outer defenses. The Custodian fights alongside blood angels and imperial fists, golden armor standing out among the crimson and yellow. Around this combined force, the wall becomes killing ground. Bolter fire creates drumbeat of detonations, mass reactive rounds finding traitor flesh with a regularity that speaks to enhanced aim and well-maintained weapons. The Custodian's guardian spear lashes out when enemies close to melee range, power blade cutting through ceramite and flesh with equal ease. The integrated bolter spits death into the press of bodies, each shot placed with precision that makes ammunition efficiency approach art form. Traitor Astartes die by dozens around one golden warrior, their bodies piling high enough to create impromptu barricades. But the traitors come in endless waves. For everyone who falls, 3 more charge forward to take their place. They're not fighting for victory anymore. They're fighting because the nails won't let them stop, because their gods demand blood payment, because corruption has eaten away everything except the need for violence. The Custodian recognizes this pattern from the webway fighting. Chaos doesn't tire. Chaos doesn't retreat. Chaos drowns defenders beneath sheer weight of numbers and the defenders' own exhaustion. Days blur into weeks. The Custodian fights without meaningful rest, the enhanced physiology requiring only brief periods of minimal activity to continue functioning. Sleep becomes luxury measured in stolen minutes, consciousness fading during those rare moments when assault intensity diminishes. Food is consumed mechanically when attendants force it into hands, fuel for the body's continuous operation. The Golden Warrior exists in state of perpetual combat readiness, senses hyper-alert even during those brief respites. The wall buckles under sustained bombardment. Traitor artillery pounds defensive positions from beyond counter-battery range, each shell carrying enough explosive to level buildings. Titan war horns echo across the battlefield as corrupted god machines stride through the carnage, their void shields flickering under massed las fire. The Custodian witnesses an Imperial warlord Titan fall to combined assault by 3 traitor equivalents, the Loyalist machine's reactor detonating in fireball that consumes attackers and defenders alike within kilometer radius. Robout Gilliman fights elsewhere, his Ultramarines trapped at Calth by word-bearer betrayal. Lehman Russ and his Space Wolves race toward Terra, but won't arrive in time. Korax and his Raven Guard were shattered at Istvan. The Lion hunts traitors in the outer dark. Too many Loyalist Primarchs are too far away to aid in Terra's defense. Those who remain, Dawn, Sanguinius, Khan, these 3 wage desperate war against brothers who were once closest companions. The Custodian sees Jagatai Khan lead lightning-fast counterattacks when traitor forces gain positions on the wall. The Great Khan moves with speed that makes him blur, even to enhance perception. His Dao sword, leaving trails of light as it carves through enemy ranks. He laughs during combat, finding joy even in desperate circumstances. It's incomprehensible to the Custodian's mindset, this capacity for emotion during battle's purity, but there's no denying its effectiveness. Sanguinius takes to the air on wings that catch firelight until the angel seems carved from living flame. The Blood Angel Primarch moves through the sky like vengeance given form, his spear moon-silver reaping traitors with each pass. Demons flee from his presence, their corrupt essence unable to bear proximity to his perfection. The Custodian watches the Primarch in action and recognizes kinship. Sanguinius was built for this, gene-crafted for war, and he executes his purpose with grace that makes violence seem like art. Rogel Dawn stands like mountain upon which traitor waves break and shatter. The Praetorian directs defense with strategic genius earned through a lifetime of warfare, his every command precise and perfectly timed. He fights only when enemies breach his position, and when he does, his chains ward, Storm's Teeth, renders traitors into component pieces. The Custodian serves near dawn frequently, appreciating the Primarch's methodical approach, even if unable to share his capacity for grim satisfaction in well-executed defense. Constantin Valdor appears wherever fighting reaches critical intensity, his mere presence stabilizing Loyalist lines through a combination of tactical brilliance and inspirational effect. The Captain General wields his Guardian Spear, Apollonian with skill, that makes even other Custodians pause to admire technique. He reaves through traitor Astartes as easily as they would move through baseline humans, each strike dropping a warrior who has survived centuries of warfare. When Valdor fights, reality itself seems to sharpen around him, his will imposing order on chaos through sheer force of perfection. The Custodian fights beside him during a desperate counter-assault to reclaim a fallen bastion. They move through traitor positions like paired hurricanes, their guardian spears creating zones of death that even corrupted Astartes cannot penetrate. Back to back at one point, they hold a choke point against World Eater's assault that should overwhelm through sheer numbers, but perfection is not overcome by quantity. The World Eaters break against Golden Warriors like waves against cliff, their fury insufficient to bypass skill honed across centuries. Valdor speaks during brief lull between assaults. his voice carrying across the blood-soaked ground to where custodians regroup and reload. He doesn't make speeches designed to inspire false hope. He tells them simply that they stand on humanity's doorstep, that if they fall, then everything falls with them, that the Emperor himself watches their performance and finds it worthy. It's enough. It was always going to be enough. Custodians don't need motivation beyond duty's call. The Eternity Wall finally falls on the 37th day of the siege. Traitor forces exploit weakness created by sustained bombardment, and suddenly they're through, pouring into the palace's outer districts like flood through broken dam. The Custodian falls back with other defenders in fighting retreat that preserves formation discipline despite mounting casualties. Around them, the palace becomes battleground as loyalists trade space for time, each abandoned position made too costly for traitors to occupy easily. Through it all, the bell of lost souls tolls continuously, its mournful notes marking each fallen custodian. The sound becomes background to constant warfare, reminding survivors that even perfection ends before sufficient force. The custodian stops counting tolls after the first 100. There's no point. Each one matters. Each one hurts in ways the gene forging should have eliminated. Each one represents failure that can never be erased. The Emperor remains sealed within the palace's innermost sanctum, his psychic might channeled through maintaining the Astronomicon and preventing the webway breach from reopening. He cannot aid his warriors directly, cannot turn his terrible power against the traitors assaulting his home. The custodians fight without their master's presence, for the first time in memory, and the absence weighs heavier than armor. Defensive lines contract as traitors push deeper into the palace. The custodian sees sections of the structure that haven't been damaged in 10,000 years, now burning, collapsing, consumed by warfare that makes no distinction between ancient wonders and temporary structures. Art older than the Imperium itself is destroyed as traitor artillery reduces corridors to rubble. Knowledge preserved since unification is lost when flamer teams torch libraries seeking hidden defenders. Through all of this, the Golden Warrior fights. The Guardian spear never rests, power blade cutting demon and traitor with equal efficiency, integrated bolter delivering mass reactive rounds until ammunition expends and must be replaced from depleted stocks. The Auramite armor accumulates damage that repair servitors have no time to address properly. Superficial fixes applied between battles, promises to return for comprehensive work that everyone knows won't come. The custodian's body accumulates injuries that should prove fatal. A plague bearer's blade scores across chest plate, corruption spreading through the wound until cauterization burns away infected tissue. A world eater's chain axe catches the shoulder joint, ceramite cracking under monomolecular teeth until counter-strike decapitates the attacker. A word bearer's bolt round penetrates thigh armor, explosive detonation shredding muscle, before enhanced healing factors begin their work. None of it matters. Pain becomes information to be processed and dismissed. Wounds become parameters to work around. Damage becomes acceptable cost of continued function. The Golden Warrior fights through injuries that would see Astartes withdrawn for medical attention, because custodians are not built with notion of retreat, forward or hold position. These are the only movements that gene forging permits, and then, on the 55th day of the siege, everything changes. Sensors detect Horus lowering the void shields of his battle barge, vengeful spirit. The Warmaster issues challenge that cannot be ignored. The Emperor versus his favored son aboard the traitor flagship, winner claims the galaxy. It's obvious trap. It's also inevitable confrontation. The Emperor accepts. The Custodian stands ready to accompany the Emperor on this teleportation assault, knowing that whatever waits aboard the vengeful spirit will make the siege seem mild by comparison. Around the palace, fighting continues as traitor forces push for final victory before their master's challenge resolves. But the Golden Warrior's focus narrows to single purpose: protect the Emperor during this ultimate confrontation. Golden armor is inspected one final time, damage accepted as beyond field repair. Guardian Spear is blessed with oils whose sanctity might matter against enemies aboard that warship. Ammunition is loaded to full capacity, each round representing potential salvation. The Custodian joins the strike force assembling around the Emperor, ready to face whatever horror Horus has prepared. The teleportation effect activates, reality twisting as flesh and metal translate across void between worlds. Terra disappears in flash of golden light. Darkness engulfs everything. Then consciousness returns aboard a warship that has become literal hell, and the final battle begins. The vengeful spirit manifests around the strike force, like nightmare, given physical form. Corridors stretch in geometries that violate natural law, their walls running with fluids that might be blood or something worse. The air itself tastes of corruption, thick with psychic miasma that makes even Custodian senses recoil. Lighting flickers between normal illumination and colors that shouldn't exist, casting shadows that move independently of their sources. The Custodian materializes alongside other members of the strike force. Guardian Spear immediately at ready position. Constantin Valdor stands nearby, his presence anchoring the formation even in this madness. Sanguinius towers over all, his wings folded against his armor, his face set in expression that promises death. The Emperor burns with light too bright to observe directly, his psychic power barely contained within physical form. But the teleportation has scattered the force. What should have arrived as unified assault manifests in fragments throughout the warship. The Custodian finds themselves separated from the main group, alongside a handful of other Custodians and few loyalist Astartes. Around them, darkness presses with weight that feels almost sentient. The demons come immediately. Blood letters phase through walls that should be solid, their brass axes raised for slaughter. Plague bearers shuffle from shadows that extend beyond physical boundaries. The Custodian's Guardian Spear lashes out, power blade cutting through demonic essence, while integrated bolter delivers rounds into the press of bodies. The other Custodians form defensive circle, each one covering angles of approach with precision, born from centuries fighting together despite individual operational philosophy. They push through corridors that twist back on themselves, seeking the Emperor's psychic beacon that should guide them to the throne room where Horus waits. But warp contamination throughout the vessel makes navigation nearly impossible. Time loses meaning. Minutes might be hours, hours might be days. The Custodian fights through what feels like eternity, each demon banished only for 3 more to take its place. A junction chamber opens into space that should not exist within a warship. The ceiling extends upward into darkness that goes on forever, while the floor drops away into abyss that swallows light. Demons swarm from both directions, forcing the Custodians into desperate melee where positioning matters more than individual skill. The Golden Warriors fight back to back, their Guardian Spears creating barrier of death that demons cannot easily cross. One of the Astartes falls, his armor torn open by demon claws that bypass ceramite like it's paper. He dies without sound, his last act to detonate his remaining grenades in attempt to take enemies with him. The explosion tears through demon ranks, banishing dozens back to the warp. But its temporary reprieve, more manifest within seconds. The Custodian catches glimpse of other Strike Force members through doorway that opens into completely different section of the ship. Valdor fights there, his spear Apollonian reaping sons of Horus, who thought they could ambush the Emperor's right hand. The Captain General moves through their ranks like avatar of war itself, each strike perfect economy of violence. Then the doorway seals, and the Custodian is alone again with dwindling group. They push forward, because there is no retreat from this place. The Emperor's psychic beacon grows stronger, indicating proximity to the throne room. But between the Custodians and their goal stand seemingly infinite enemies. Word-bearers in corrupted armor chant prayers that make reality ripple. Possessed Astartes channel demon strength through flesh that can barely contain the power. And everywhere, demons. Demons upon demons upon demons. The Custodian's ammunition depletes faster than resupply can manage. The integrated bolter clicks empty, forcing reliance on the power blade alone. Enhanced strength drives the weapon through armor and flesh with efficiency that makes melee combat almost as deadly as ranged engagement. Around this golden warrior, bodies pile high enough to create obstacles that must be vaulted during combat. A bloodthirster materializes in the corridor ahead, its massive form barely fitting in the space. The greater demon roars challenge that shakes the walls, brass axe raised high. The Custodian charges without hesitation, guardian spear angled for the demon's throat. They meet in clash of speed and fury, power blade scraping against demon-forged metal in shower of sparks. The bloodthirster's strength is immense, but Custodian reflexes are faster. The spear finds opening, driving through the demon's neck in strike that would decapitate baseline human. The bloodthirster doesn't die. It can't truly die, being creature of pure warp energy. But the wound banishes it back to Khorne's realm, where centuries will pass before it can manifest again. The Custodian doesn't pause to acknowledge victory. Already moving, already seeking the next enemy, already executing the duty that brought them to this place. The strike force's numbers continue dwindling. Another Custodian falls to massed bolt fire from word-bearers who've fortified a junction. The Golden Warrior charges the position alone, guardian spear forgotten in favor of bare hands that tear through ceramite with strength beyond Astartes' capacity. The word-bearers die screaming prayers to gods who offer no salvation from perfection's fury. But the Custodian who made the charge does not rise afterward, body too damaged to continue despite gene-forged resilience. The Custodian continues forward, now part of group numbering less than a dozen. Each one is wounded, armor scored and broken, weapons depleted or damaged. But each one still functions, each one still serves, each one represents hours upon hours of combat without rest. And still they push toward the throne room, where the Emperor faces his fallen son. The final approach opens into corridor wide enough to march armies through. Here, the sons of Horus have gathered in force, blocking access to the throne room with a wall of ceramite and bolter barrels. At their head stands Abaddon, first captain of the Legion, his Terminator armor covered in chains and trophies. Beside him, Erebus of the Word-Bearer's channels warp energy through staff that writhes with unnatural life. The Custodians charge. There is no other option, no alternative tactic that could break such position. They charge, and the sons of Horus open fire with everything they have. Bolt rounds fill the air like metal rain, each one seeking golden armor. The Custodian runs through the storm, guardian spear held low for the thrust that will come when melee range is reached. One of the remaining Custodians falls, his helmet torn away by bolter round that continues through skull and brain. Another takes concentrated fire to the chest, Oromite blade finally failing after absorbing damage that should have destroyed it hours ago. The Golden Warrior continues forward over their bodies, knowing they died as they lived, in service to the Emperor, in execution of duty that permits no hesitation. The melee is brief and vicious. Custodian spears meet Terminator armor in clash of technologies both designed for one purpose, killing the Emperor's enemies. The Custodian's guardian spear punches through Abaddon's bodyguard, power blade finding joints in the Terminator plate where ceramite is thinnest. Sons of Horus die in numbers, but they fight with desperation, born from knowing that their Primarch faces judgment behind that throne room door. Abaddon himself engages the Custodian, his talon crackling with dark energy. The first captain moves with speed remarkable for Terminator armor, his strikes carrying force that dents Oromite plate. But the Custodian is faster, enhanced reflexes, allowing dodges measured in milliseconds. The Guardian spear finds opening, cutting across Abaddon's breastplate in strike that would disembowel lesser warrior. The first captain staggers, but doesn't fall, his corrupted physiology already healing the wound. Before the engagement can resolve, psychic pressure builds to unbearable levels. The throne room doors blow outward in explosion of golden light, the Emperor's power manifesting in physical realm with force that staggers everyone nearby. Through the smoke and brilliance, a figure stumbles. Horus, the War Master, his armor rent and his flesh burned. Behind him, the Emperor strides forward, his form blazing with power that makes the ship's corruption flee like shadows before sun. The battle aboard the vengeful spirit ends in moments. Horus falls before his father's final assault, the corruption that sustained him no match for the Emperor's absolute will. The War Master's death sends shockwave through warp and real space both, his connection to the Chaos God severing in cascade that tears open reality throughout the vessel. Demons scream as their anchor to physical realm disappears. Possessed Astartes collapse as the entities controlling them flee. The sons of Horus break and run, their conviction shattered by their Primarch's fall. But the Emperor collapses. The Custodian sees it happen, sees the master of mankind fall to his knees, his body ravaged by wounds that would kill any other being instantly. Horus's final attacks found their mark, the War Master channeling power of 4 gods into strikes that bypassed even the Emperor's defenses. Golden blood pools beneath Terra's lord, each drop carrying enough genetic material to forge entire legions. Valdor is there immediately, his arm supporting the Emperor before collapse becomes complete. Sanguinius lies dead nearby, the angels sacrificed in attempt to weaken Horus before final confrontation. The Custodians gather around their fallen master, forming defensive perimeter even as loyalist forces secure the rest of the vessel. The Custodian stands watch, guardian spear at ready, every sense alert for threats that might come even now. The teleportation back to Terra activates, translating the strike force and their precious cargo across void to palace depths. They materialize in chambers that have already been prepared, medical facilities staffed by the Imperium's finest biomagi, stasis fields ready to preserve the Emperor's failing form. The Custodian watches as their master is placed upon the golden throne, ancient device built to channel psychic might, for the Webway project. Now it serves new purpose, keeping the Emperor alive despite wounds that should have proven instantly fatal. Around the palace, the siege breaks. Word spreads that Horus has fallen, that the War Master lies dead by the Emperor's hand. Traitor forces lose cohesion, some retreating to their warships, others fighting on in desperate bids for vengeance that can never satisfy. The Loyalist defenders press advantage, reclaiming ground lost during weeks of battle, driving traitors from the palace's sacred precincts. But victory tastes of ash. The Emperor lives, if existence bound to life support throne can be called living. He no longer walks among humanity, no longer speaks with voice that could shake worlds, no longer leads his Imperium toward the future he envisioned. The 10,000 stand guard around the Golden Throne, golden sentinels watching over their broken master, and understand with awful certainty that everything has changed. The Custodian takes position outside the throne room, one of many forming concentric rings of defense that will endure for millennia. The gene-forged body sustained damage during the boarding action that will take months to fully heal. The Guardian Spear requires extensive repair, its power field destabilized by overuse. The armor needs complete refitting, multiple plates requiring replacement. None of it matters. What matters is that the Emperor sits upon the Golden Throne, and the Custodians stand ready to defend him. What matters is that duty continues despite catastrophe. What matters is that the vigil, which began during the Unification Wars, now enters new phase that will test dedication beyond anything previous service demanded. The heresy ends in the weeks that follow. Traitor legions flee to the eye of Terra, the great warp storm where reality runs thin. Loyalist forces begin the long work of rebuilding an Imperium shattered by civil war. The Custodians do not participate in this rebuilding. Their purpose is singular. Guard the Emperor. Everything else is secondary. And so the Golden Warrior stands watch, beginning a vigil that will span 10,000 years. The oath sworn at creation still binds absolutely. The duty remains clear. The Emperor must be protected, regardless of cost, regardless of time, regardless of anything. Perfection does not change. Perfection does not falter. Perfection stands ready always, forever, until violence or entropy claims what the gene forging created. The Custodian understands this with certainty deeper than conscious thought. This is what it means to be one of the 10,000. This is identity. This is purpose. This is truth. The vigil continues. Centuries pass in silence punctuated only by the Golden Throne's mechanical breathing. The Emperor sits immobile upon his throne, his consciousness spread across the galaxy, through the Astronomicon, his physical form maintained by systems that consume 1,000 psychosouls daily. The Custodian stands watch, one of 10,000 golden statues that move only when duty demands. Time loses meaning when purpose is eternal. The Imperial Palace transforms around its golden guardians, where once it was headquarters for galaxy-spanning conquest. Now it becomes Fortress Monastery Tomb. Corridors that echoed with Primarchs' voices fall silent. Chambers, where the Emperor held court with his gene sons, remain empty, save for dust and memory. The Custodians patrol these abandoned halls, their footsteps the only sound, breaking millennia of stillness. The decision is made collectively, among the 10,000, though no formal vote ever occurs. They withdraw from the wider Imperium, focusing exclusively on their primary duty, protecting the Emperor. The galaxy can burn, can fall to Xenos, or chaos, or entropy itself. None of it matters as much as ensuring the Golden Throne remains inviolate. The Custodians seal themselves within the inner palace, allowing only essential personnel to pass their vigilance. The Custodian watches this withdrawal with something approaching relief, though that emotion shouldn't exist within gene-forged psyche. The wider Imperium is chaos, bureaucracy consuming itself, High Lords scheming against each other, Inquisition burning worlds on suspicion alone, Ecclesiarchy preaching worship of the Emperor despite his explicit rejection of divinity. It's madness, and the Custodians want no part of it. Better to stand guard over the one truth that matters. The master of mankind still lives, and must be protected. Decades blur into centuries. The Custodians' duties settle into patterns that might seem routine to outsiders, but represent the purest expression of purpose. Stand watch outside the throne room, guardian spear at ceremonial rest, every sense alert for threats, patrol designated corridors, checking seals and wards that protect inner sanctums, train in practice halls, maintaining combat edge that never dulls despite lack of true warfare. Meditate on philosophy and art, keeping the mind sharp alongside body. Repeat, forever. The palace becomes labyrinth of forgotten wonders. The Custodian walks past statuary older than the Imperium, art created by hands that knew Terra before Old Knight's Terra. Libraries contain books in languages that no living human speaks, knowledge preserved but inaccessible. Armories hold weapons forged during the Great Crusade, each one master-crafted, each one unused for millennia. Everything is maintained with obsessive care, but nothing is used. The palace becomes museum to an age that ended when the Emperor fell. New Custodians are created in gene laboratories deep below the palace. The process that forged the original 10,000 continues, though now overseen by bioalchemists rather than the Emperor himself. Children of Terran nobility still undergo the agonizing transformation, still emerge as golden warriors bound to service eternal. The Custodian observes their training, sees reflection of self in their movements, their dedication, their absolute focus on duty. The cycle continues unbroken. Some of these new Custodians will never know anything beyond the vigil. They're created, trained, and assigned to guard posts where they stand for centuries without seeing true combat. The galaxy burns, and they know of it only through reports that filter down from sources they never question. The Custodian understands their frustration, remembers the Great Crusade's glory, remembers when service meant more than standing watch over corridors that never see intruders. But frustration is weakness, and the gene forging eliminated such things. If the Emperor requires only that they stand watch, then standing watch is sufficient. Purpose doesn't need to be grand to be absolute. A Custodian guarding an empty hallway serves just as truly as one who fought at the Emperor's side during Ulanor. The duty is the same. The oath binds equally. The Custodian takes to walking the palace's deepest levels during off-duty hours, exploring sections that haven't been visited in centuries. Some corridors remain sealed behind wards that predate the Heresy, their purpose lost to time. Others open into chambers filled with equipment whose function has been forgotten. Archives contain data slates written in coding languages that modern tech priests cannot decipher. Everything is preserved, nothing is destroyed, but understanding fades like morning mist. In one chamber, the Custodian discovers what might be the Emperor's personal quarters from before the Heresy. The room is simple, despite the opulence available to Terra's master. A bed that was never used, A desk covered in parchments whose ink has faded to illegibility. Shelves holding books on subjects ranging from genetics to philosophy to poetry. Dust covers everything in uniform grey, marking centuries since living hands touched these possessions. The custodian stands in this room for hours, guardian spear held at rest, simply observing. This was where the emperor came between conquests, between sessions on the golden throne, between moments when his attention wasn't required elsewhere. This was the closest thing to private space the master of mankind permitted himself. And now its tomb, to an existence that no longer allows for privacy or rest, or anything except constant vigilance against the failing of ancient systems. Terra itself changes beyond the palace walls. Hive cities grow until they consume continents, their populations numbered in billions. Manufactorums churn out materiel for wars the custodians never witnessed directly. The Adeptus Terra's bureaucracy expands like cancer, consuming resources at rates that would have horrified the emperor. Pilgrims arrive in their millions, seeking glimpse of the golden throne, turned away by golden guardians who permit no audience with their fallen lord. The custodian sees these pilgrims sometimes, standing watch at one of the palace's outermost checkpoints. They come from every corner of the galaxy, their faith absolute despite never having seen the emperor in his glory. They pray to him as God, ignoring his explicit rejection of worship. They beg for blessings, for miracles, for salvation that cannot come. The custodian turns them away with words that carry no comfort, because comfort would be lie. The emperor cannot help them. The emperor can barely sustain the Astronomicon and his own existence. Everything else is beyond his remaining capacity. Some among the pilgrims react poorly to rejection. They weep, they rage, they sometimes attack the golden guardians who deny them access. The custodian breaks their bones with casual efficiency when they grow violent, rendering them unconscious without killing. Arbites take them away to face judgment for assaulting the emperor's personal guard. The custodian returns to standing watch, the incident already forgotten, attention focused on threats that actually matter. Centuries accumulate like sediment. The custodian's armor is replaced twice during this period, the original auramite plate finally failing after millennia of continuous use. The new armor fits perfectly, crafted by artisans who spent decades on its creation. But something is lost in the replacement. The original plate carried marks from the Heresy, from battles that mattered. The new armor is pristine, beautiful, and empty of history that gives meaning to sacrifice. The Guardian spear receives similar maintenance, its components replaced as they wear beyond acceptable tolerances. Eventually, nothing remains of the original weapon that was crafted before the Heresy. Every part has been swapped for newer manufacture, yet it's still the same spear, still responds to its wielder with perfect synchronization, still serves its purpose with efficiency that borders on art. Ship of Theseus paradox made manifest in weapon form. The custodian begins to wonder if the same is true of identity itself. The cells that comprise body at creation have died and been replaced countless times across millennia. The neural pathways have been rebuilt through endless repetition of training and duty. Even memory grows suspect. Events from the Great Crusade feel less real than they once did. Details fading like ancient parchment exposed to light. At what point does the custodian stop being the warrior created in gene laboratories and become something else? At what point does the ship cease being the original? These thoughts are dangerous. They imply doubt, and doubt corrodes duty's purity. The Custodian forces them away through meditation exercises learned during earliest training. Identity doesn't matter. The oath matters. The service matters. The protection of the Emperor matters. Everything else is distraction from purpose absolute. The galaxy grows darker with each passing century. Reports filter into the palace despite the Custodian's withdrawal from wider affairs. Chaos grows stronger, the eye of Terra expanding like infected wound. Xenos empires rise and fall and rise again. Human worlds are lost by thousands, their populations slaughtered, or enslaved, or worse. The Imperium fights desperate war on 10,000 fronts simultaneously, bleeding itself dry in conflicts that never seem to end. The Custodian listens to these reports with detachment, born from inability to affect distant events. The 10,000 could deploy, could bring their perfection to battlefields across the galaxy, could turn tides through sheer martial dominance. But doing so would weaken Terra's defenses, would risk the Emperor himself, and that risk is unacceptable. Better to let the galaxy burn than to chance even infinitesimal possibility that the Golden Throne falls unguarded. Valdor disappears sometime during the 41st millennium's early centuries. The Captain General of the Custodian Guard, first of the 10,000, the Emperor's right hand, simply vanishes one night. He walks away from the palace after looking back once, whispering words that only he could hear. Then gone, destination unknown, purpose unexplained. The Custodians search but find nothing. A new Captain General is elected from among the surviving original 10,000. Life continues, duty continues, but his absence is a wound that never fully heals. The Custodian wonders sometimes what Valdor saw that prompted such departure. What realization could drive the most dedicated warrior in existence to abandon his post? What knowledge could justify breaking oath that binds absolutely? These questions have no answers, and seeking answers would mean following Valdor's path into whatever darkness swallowed him. Better to remain. Better to serve. Better to trust that Valdor's reasons were sufficient, even if understanding them is impossible. Millennia pass. The Custodian stands watch through ages that see empires rise and fall, through conflicts that consume solar systems, through changes that remake the galaxy's political structure, again and again. Through all of it, the palace endures. The Golden Throne continues its mechanical breathing. The Emperor persists in state between life and death, and the Custodians maintain vigilance that never wavers. The weapon that was once the Custodian's guardian spear has been replaced so many times that original manufacture date becomes questionable. The armor is third or fourth generation, crafted by artisans who never knew the Heresy. The body has regenerated cellular structure countless times across 10,000 years, but the oath remains unchanged, binding across millennia, with force that time cannot diminish. And so, the Golden Warrior stands, one of 10,000 identical statues, maintaining vigil that seems increasingly disconnected from galaxy that spins on without them. The Emperor sits upon his throne, and the Custodians stand ready to defend him. Nothing else matters. Nothing else has ever mattered. Nothing else will ever matter. Until the day when Primarch returns to Terra, and everything that seemed eternal suddenly shifts, like sand beneath golden boots. The 13th of the 41st millennium brings change that shatters 10,000 years of stasis. Alarms sound throughout the palace, their tones urgent in ways that haven't been heard since the Heresy. The Custodian moves immediately from meditation to combat readiness, guardian spear in hand, armor sealing with thought speed. Around the inner palace, the 10,000 mobilize with efficiency that makes the galaxy's fastest reaction forces seem lethargic. Reports flood communication channels. The Great Rift has torn reality across the galaxy, warp storms consuming half the Imperium in their embrace. Terra itself suffered demon invasion weeks ago, Khorne's forces pouring through breaches that never should have formed. The palace nearly fell, billions died, and then salvation arrived in form, thought lost forever. Robert Guilliman lives. The Lord of Ultramar, Primarch of the 13th Legion, Gene son of the Emperor himself, walks Terra's surface after 10,000 years. In stasis sleep, he came leading relief forces, his Ultramarines and new warriors called Primaris, arriving just as Terra's defenses reached breaking point. The demon tide broke before Primarch might, and humanity's cradle was saved from damnation. The Custodian processes this information with mind that struggles to accept the impossible. Primarchs don't return. They die or disappear or fall to chaos. They don't come back after millennia. Yet the reports are clear, confirmed by multiple sources, verified by Custodians who fought alongside him during the demon invasion. Guilliman lives. The question becomes, what does his return mean for the 10,000? Captain General Trajan Valoris summons all available Custodians to assembly chamber deep within the palace. The Custodian arrives to find chamber filled with golden warriors, their armor gleaming in torchlight, their faces set in expressions that might be anticipation or dread. Valoris stands upon raised platform, the Watcher's axe held across his chest, his presence commanding absolute attention. The Captain General speaks without preamble or comfort. Guilliman has demanded that the Custodians end their isolation, that the 10,000 deploy across the galaxy as the Emperor intended. The Primarch argues that passive defense has failed, that Terra's near fall proved the impossibility of protecting the Emperor through withdrawal alone. The Imperium needs the Custodians on battlefields throughout the galaxy, and Guilliman has the authority to command their deployment. Silence follows Valoris's words. 10,000 years of tradition challenged by single Primarch's demand. The Custodians have maintained their vigil through 30 separate millennium, through conflicts that consumed billions, through changes that remade galactic order. And now they're being told that everything they believed was wrong, that their isolation was failure rather than dedication. The Custodian feels something approaching anger, though that emotion shouldn't exist within gene-forged psychology. The Primarch is correct that Terra nearly fell, but the Custodians weren't the ones who failed. The broader Imperium failed, the High Lords failed, the Astra Militarum failed. The Custodians maintained their duty despite being outnumbered millions to one by demon forces that should never have breached outer system defenses. And now they're being blamed for broader systemic collapse. But Valoris continues, his words cutting through growing discontent. Guilliman doesn't blame the Custodians. He honors their service and recognizes their sacrifice, but he also sees clearly that the galaxy has changed in ways that make old strategies obsolete. The Custodians can continue standing watch over empty corridors while the Imperium collapses around Terra's orbit, or they can deploy, bringing their perfection to battlefields where it might turn tides of wars that will determine humanity's survival. The vote is called. Each Custodian will decide individually whether to remain on Terra or join deployment forces. There is no shame in either choice. Those who stay continue traditions that have lasted 10 millennia. Those who deploy honor the Emperor's original vision of his guards as active warriors rather than static sentinels. The decision is personal, binding, and irrevocable. The Custodian considers options with enhanced mind that processes factors baseline humans couldn't comprehend. Staying means continuing familiar duty, maintaining vigil that has defined existence for 10,000 years. Deploying means returning to warfare after millennia of watching from the sides, bringing skills honed across ages to conflicts that truly matter. Both choices serve the Emperor. Both choices uphold the oath. The question becomes, which choice serves better? Memory surfaces from deep within the mind. The Great Crusade's glory, the sense of purpose that came from active conquest rather than passive defense, the satisfaction of duty executed in galaxy service rather than palace's corridors. Then, memory of the Heresy's horror, the Emperor falling despite the Custodian's best efforts, the realization that protection failed when it mattered most. Which lesson matters more? The Custodian makes decision with certainty that permits no second guessing. Deployment. The Golden Warrior will join the forces leaving Terra, will bring perfection back to galaxy that has forgotten what the 10,000 represent. The Emperor is as safeguarded by 5,000 as by 10,000. Perhaps safer, if the other 5,000 prevent threats from ever reaching Terra's orbit. Logic supports the choice. Instinct supports the choice. The oath supports the choice. Valoris registers each decision with scanner that verifies identity and records choice for historical purposes. Approximately half the 10,000 choose deployment. The remainder elect to maintain traditional vigil. Both groups regard each other with respect that transcends any judgment. They are custodians, and custodians do not fail in their duty, regardless of which path they choose. The Custodian joins shield companies, organizing for deployments across the galaxy. New equipment is issued, arms and armor upgraded with technologies that didn't exist during last deployments 10,000 years prior. Jet bikes that move faster than human eye can track. Grav tanks that float upon repulsor fields while mounting weapons that can level buildings. New patterns of Guardian Spear that incorporate improved power field generators. Everything designed to maximize the Custodian's effectiveness on battlefields they haven't walked in millennia. Training intensifies despite gene-forged bodies maintaining peak performance. Custodians drill in tactics for void-boarding actions, planetary assaults, urban warfare, and open-terrain combat. They review intelligence reports on current threats. Chaos forces, stronger than during the Heresy. Xenos empires with technologies matching or exceeding imperial standards. Renegade human factions that worship false gods. The galaxy has grown darker during the Custodian's isolation, and understanding these changes becomes priority. The Custodian meets Gilliman during pre-deployment briefing. The Primarch towers over even Golden Warriors, his presence commanding in ways that transcend physical stature. He wears the armor of fate, a masterwork created by Archmaker's Call that maintains his life after 10,000 years in stasis. The Emperor's sword burns at his hip, its flames contained but clearly visible even when sheathed. When he speaks, his voice carries authority earned through 10,000 years of commanding the Imperium's finest warriors. Gilliman thanks the Custodians for answering his call. He acknowledges the difficulty of abandoning traditions that sustained them through dark millennia. He promises that their deployment will make difference in wars that might otherwise consume the Imperium entirely. His sincerity is obvious. This isn't political speech designed to manipulate, but genuine appeal from warrior who understands what he's asking. The custodian listens with enhanced senses that detect no deception, no hidden agenda, no motivation beyond desperate need to save dying Imperium. Guilliman believes every word he says. Whether that makes his demands justified remains question, without clear answer. But the decision is made, the deployment confirmed, the path forward chosen. Second-guessing serves no purpose. The final briefing concludes with Guilliman's dismissal and blessing both. He wishes them victory in Emperor's name, though his expression suggests he knows victory might be impossible against forces arrayed against humanity. Then he's gone, returned to strategic planning that consumes every waking moment, and the custodians are left to prepare for deployment that will end their isolation. The custodian takes one last patrol through the inner palace's corridors, walking routes memorized across 10,000 years of service. Everything is exactly as it has always been. Golden walls reflecting torchlight, ancient artwork preserved behind protective fields, silence broken only by footsteps echoing through empty halls. This is what the Golden Warrior is leaving behind, these corridors, this palace, this duty that defined existence since the Heresy. At the throne room's entrance, other custodians stand watch with guardian spears at ceremonial rest. They will maintain vigil after their brothers and sisters depart. They will protect the Emperor with same absolute dedication they've shown for millennia. The custodian exchanges silent acknowledgement with them, understanding flowing between warriors who share purpose beyond words. They serve. The method changes, but service endures. The transport ships wait in palace landing bays, their hulls bearing custodian iconography, alongside Imperial Aquilus. The custodian boards with other members of assigned shield company, finding position in Troop Bay, designed specifically for Golden Warrior's dimensions. Around the bay, custodians settle into departure configurations, securing weapons and equipment for launch that will carry them beyond Terra's orbit for first time in 10,000 years. The ship lifts off smoothly, artificial gravity compensating for acceleration that would crush baseline humans. Through viewports, Terra drops away, the golden palace becoming speck of light against planetary surface, continents giving way to cloud patterns, atmosphere fading to vacuum's darkness. The custodian watches homeworld recede with something that might be regret, if such emotions could survive gene forging. Then Terra is gone, swallowed by distance as the ship accelerates toward Mandeville Point, where warp jump will become possible. Around the vessel, fleet forms up, dozens of ships carrying custodian shield companies to deployment zones throughout the galaxy. Its largest mobilization of the 10,000 since the Heresy, and the galaxy will soon remember why. The Emperor's personal guard is feared above all others. The warp translation activates, reality twisting as the ship enters immaterium. The custodian's enhanced senses scream at wrongness of this place, but gene-forged discipline maintains control despite instinctive rejection. Geller fields hold firm against entities that press close with hunger, born from recognizing Golden Warrior's presence. The Sisters of Silence aboard ship reinforce the fields with their blank presence, creating zones where warp predators cannot easily manifest. Time loses meaning during warp transit. Days might be weeks, might be hours. The custodian maintains meditation posture during entire journey, focusing on internal discipline rather than external chaos. Purpose clarifies during these long periods of forced stillness. Purpose becomes absolute again. Purpose eliminates doubt that threatened to take root during final days on Terra. Translation back to real space comes with nausea the gene-forged body suppresses instantly. The ship emerges in war zone where Imperial forces battle chaos incursion that has consumed entire sector. The void is filled with burning wrecks, debris clouds from destroyed vessels, and the crawling wrongness of warp rifts that shouldn't exist in real space. This is what the Imperium has become during the Custodian's isolation. This is the cost of withdrawal. The Custodian checks weapons and armor one final time, preparing for deployment that will begin within hours. The ship moves into position, its crew communicating with Imperial forces on ground who sound appropriately awed by Custodian presence. Deployment coordinates are confirmed, target zones are identified, enemy concentrations are marked for elimination. Golden warriors stand ready in deployment bay, their perfection about to be unleashed on enemies who thought themselves beyond Imperial reach. The Custodian joins formation, Guardian spear held at ready position, every sense alert for the combat that approaches. 10,000 years of vigil are ending. 10,000 years of warfare are beginning again. The deployment order comes through. Bay doors open to vacuum, and the Custodians launch into a galaxy that has forgotten why the Emperor's personal guard is feared above all others. It's time to teach that lesson again. The drop pod screams through atmosphere at velocities that would turn normal humans to paste despite restraint systems. The Custodian rides the descent with enhanced body compensating for G-forces that exceed normal human tolerance by factors of 10. Around the pod, ablative armor burns away under re-entry friction, pieces of ceramite and adamantium trailing behind like Meteor's tail. The world below is Cressian 9, an agri-world that fell to World Eater's invasion 3 weeks prior. The pod impacts with force that creates crater 20 meters wide. Retro thrusters fire at final moment, moderating velocity just enough that occupant survives landing. That should prove fatal. Doors blow outward in shaped charges, and the Custodian emerges into hell's own landscape, burning fields stretched to horizons where smoke obscures sky. Bodies lie scattered like discarded dolls, Imperial guard dead abandoned where they fell. The air tastes of promethium, burned flesh, and the copper tang of blood spilled in quantities that saturate soil. World Eaters charge toward the pod's landing site, their red armor splattered with kill markings and trophies harvested from previous victims. The butcher's nails drive them forward with mindless fury, any tactical consideration abandoned in favor of pure aggression. They see Golden Warrior emerging from crater, and their roars shake the ground with anticipation of slaughter. The Custodian's Guardian spear lashes out before first traitor reaches melee range. Power blade cuts through corrupted ceramite with efficiency that makes the killing seem effortless. The integrated bolter delivers mass reactive rounds at point-blank range, each shot perfectly placed to exploit armor weaknesses. The World Eater's torso detonates from multiple internal explosions, his body parts, falling to ground in wet chunks. More traitors arrive in the howling pack, their chain axes raised for strikes that would bisect any normal opponent. The Custodian moves through them like scythe through grain, each motion flowing into next with economy, born from 10,000 years of training. Limbs separate from bodies, heads roll across ground. Traitor blood fountains high enough to create mist that catches failing sunlight in grotesque rainbow. Within minutes, 20 World Eaters lie dead or dying around the crater. The Custodian stands untouched, armor splattered with enemy blood, but fundamentally undamaged, Guardian spear still crackling with power. Around the battlefield, other drop pods have landed, disgorging golden warriors who carve through traitor forces with same devastating efficiency. The world eaters, who thought they owned this world through right of conquest and slaughter, suddenly face enemies who exceed them in every measurable category. The Shield Company consolidates rapidly, forming up around landing zone, while perimeter defense eliminates traitors attempting flanking maneuvers. The Custodian joins formation with practiced ease, falling into position that maximizes overlapping fields of fire while maintaining individual combat capability. Unlike Space Marines who fight as unified force, Custodians operate as collection of perfect warriors whose coordination enhances rather than defines their effectiveness. Shield Captain Veradon addresses the company with voice that carries across battlefield despite combat noise. Their objective is simple: eliminate World Eater's leadership, break the traitor hold on Cressian 9, and restore Imperial authority. Complications include chaos cultist populations numbering in millions, corrupted Imperial Guard units fighting for new masters, and demons summoned through rituals that have saturated the world's population centers. Expected casualties 0, acceptable casualties 0. The Custodians do not come to die, they come to kill. The advance begins immediately. The company moves across burned fields toward primary target, Fortress Monastery that World Eaters have claimed as headquarters. The structure was Imperial Guard command post before the invasion, its defenses designed to withstand conventional assault. Now it bristles with anti-aircraft weapons, force fields, and detection systems that should provide advance warning of any attack. The Custodians don't care about defenses. They advance directly toward the fortress in formation that makes no attempt at stealth or deception. They are perfection given form, and perfection does not hide. When the fortress weapons open fire, the Golden Warriors simply endure the barrage. The cannon strikes that would vaporize tanks, scorch armor, but fail to penetrate auramite plate. Missile barrages intended to saturate area targets find Custodians already moved from impact zones. Heavy bolter fire that could shred a Space Marine company bounces from shields raised with timing too perfect for baseline humans to achieve. The Custodian feels rounds impact personal shield, the energy barrier flaring with each hit before dissipating excess force harmlessly. The sensation is similar to standing in heavy rain, annoying but not threatening. Occasional rounds penetrate shield at precisely wrong moment, striking armor directly, scoring surface but not compromising protection. The Golden Warrior continues advancing without breaking stride, Guardian spear held ready for inevitable melee. The fortress walls loom ahead, 30 meters high and reinforced with void shield generators that should make them impregnable. The Custodians launch themselves upward on jump packs that carry them over walls in arcs that defy physics through sheer mechanical power. They land in Fortress Courtyard where World Eaters have assembled to meet Golden Threat. The traitors charge with roars that should intimidate, but intimidation requires fear, and Custodians are not built with such weaknesses. The courtyard becomes abattoir in seconds. Guardian spears reap World Eaters like wheat, power blades cutting through armor and flesh without apparent effort. Integrated bolters deliver perfectly aimed rounds that explode inside target bodies, turning traitors into clouds of red mist. The Custodian fights at center of formation, every strike economical, every movement precise, every action advancing toward objective without wasted motion. A Chaos Lord emerges from fortress depths, his Terminator armor decorated with chains and skulls from 8,000 years of slaughter. He wields twin chain axes that roar with demonic power, their teeth blessed by Khorne himself. The Lord charges the nearest Custodian with confidence born from centuries of victory, believing his corrupted might will prove superior to Emperor's gold. He's wrong. The Custodian sidesteps the Lord's opening strike with movement too fast for Terminator armor to follow, Guardian spear punching through eye lens with surgical precision. The power blade penetrates deep into the Lord's brain, scrambling thought processes before pulling free in spray of crimson. The Chaos Lord stumbles, his connection to Khorne unable to compensate for catastrophic neural damage. A follow-up strike takes his head cleanly, and the supposedly invincible warrior falls like puppet whose strings were cut. The fortress falls within the hour. Every world eater is killed, their bodies left where they fall as warning to other traitors. The cultist populations in surrounding settlements are purged by Imperial Guard units that arrive after Custodian victory makes the ground safe again. Within the week, Crescian 9 is restored to Imperial authority, its remaining population educated in consequences of abandoning the Emperor. The Shield Company deploys to next target before celebrations can begin. They are not conquerors seeking glory. They are executioners eliminating threats. The distinction matters only to those who seek meaning beyond duty. The Indomitus crusade continues across hundreds of war zones simultaneously. The Custodian fights on worlds whose names become blur of syllables. Califax, Mordrax, Ventarian Prime, Delvarus Secundus. Each one presents similar pattern. Arrive, identify threats, eliminate threats, depart. The efficiency is remarkable. The body count is staggering. The galaxy begins remembering why the Emperor's Guard is feared, but not every deployment proceeds smoothly. On Califax, the Shield Company encounters Thousand Sun sorcerers whose warp craft distorts reality itself. Rubric Marines advance in silent ranks, their armor containing only dust animated by ancient curse. Behind them, Chaos sorcerers chant invocations that tear holes in real space, through which demons pour in numbers that would overwhelm any normal force. The Custodians adapt with practiced ease. The Sisters of Silence attached to the company advance in formation that creates null zones where sorcery fails. Within these zones, the Rubric Marines cease functioning, their animating magic unable to sustain itself against blank presence. The Thousand Sun sorcerers find their most powerful invocations fizzling like wet fireworks, their connection to the warp disrupted by human evolution's greatest weapon against psychic predators. The Custodian fights alongside Sisters through collapsing ritual site, Guardian spear cutting down Rubric Marines whose continued existence violates every natural law. The power blade passes through dusty forms without resistance, the curse holding them together insufficient to withstand consecrated weapons wielded by perfect warriors. Around this golden warrior, Thousand Suns Legion disintegrates like sand, sculpture before tide. On Mordrax, the Shield Company faces Orc War of sufficient size that Imperial Guard generals estimated 3 years minimum to eliminate the threat. The Custodians complete the mission in 3 weeks. They decapitate Warboss leadership through surgical strikes, destabilizing Orc hierarchy until greenskins fight each other more than Imperial forces. The resulting civil war consumes the War from within, and Mordrax is saved without requiring extended campaign. On Ventarian Prime, Necron forces awaken from tombs buried beneath planet's surface. Their technology matches or exceeds Imperial standards, their numbers are overwhelming, and their immortality makes conventional warfare ineffective. The Custodians discover quickly that standard tactics prove insufficient against enemies who simply reassemble after being destroyed. The Shield Company adapts. Rather than attempting to eliminate all Necrons, they target tomb command nodes, disrupting resurrection protocols at source. The Custodian leads assault team into tomb complex kilometers below surface, fighting through passages designed for mechanical bodies rather than living tissue. Scarab swarms attempt to overwhelm through sheer numbers, but Guardian Spear and Bolter clear corridors with efficiency that leaves metallic corpses piled like drifts. The command node sits in chamber, filled with green light that makes enhanced senses scream warnings. Necron overlords guard the node with phase weapons that can bypass normal defenses. The Custodian engages them in melee, where speed advantages prove decisive. Guardian Spear strikes too quickly for mechanical reflexes to fully counter, Power Blade finding gaps in living metal construction. The overlords fall one by one, their bodies disintegrating into particles that will never reassemble. With command node destroyed, Necron forces throughout Tomb Complex lose coordination. They continue fighting, but now as individuals rather than organized force. The Imperial Guard on surface exploits this disruption, pushing Necrons back into their tombs and sealing entrances behind them. Ventarian Prime survives, though scarred by conflict that proved closer than anyone wants to admit. The Custodian accumulates experience with each deployment, cataloging enemy capabilities and developing counter-strategies that will inform future operations. The galaxy's current state becomes clear through direct observation rather than filtered reports. The Imperium is dying. Slowly, perhaps, but inexorably. Every victory is temporary. Every saved world will face threats again within years or decades. The rate of loss exceeds rate of recovery by margins that simple mathematics cannot ignore. Yet the Golden Warrior continues fighting, because alternatives don't exist within Gene Forge mindset. Surrender is not possible. Retreat is not acceptable. The only path forward leads through endless warfare against enemies who will never truly be defeated. It's grim realization, but grimness doesn't invalidate duty. The Custodian was created to serve, and service continues regardless of ultimate outcome's probability. Years blur into decades as the crusade grinds forward. The Shield Company suffers first casualty when Demon Prince ambush catches them during warp transit. One Custodian falls defending Sisters of Silence from Greater Demon's fury, body torn apart by claws that can rend reality itself. The death is mourned silently, marked by bell of lost souls, toll that echoes across void. Then the survivors continue mission without pause for grief that would compromise efficiency. The Custodian stands watch over fallen warrior's body during return to Terra, Guardian Spear held in salute that will be maintained until proper funeral rites can be performed. This is first death the Golden Warrior has witnessed personally since deployment began. It won't be the last. Perfection delays death, but doesn't prevent it. Eventually, even Custodians fall. But not today. Today, the Shield Company deploys to yet another war zone, bringing Emperor's judgment to enemies who thought themselves beyond reach. The Guardian Spear remains sharp. The armor remains functional. The gene-forged body continues operating at peak efficiency. Duty endures. Service continues. The oath binds as tightly as the day it was sworn. and the Custodian will honor that oath until violence claims what creation forged. The galaxy burns, but the Golden Warriors are finally here to help. And wherever they deploy, the Emperor's perfection makes itself known through methodical elimination of threats that forgot why humanity once conquered the stars. The Shield Company returns to Terra for resupply and rearmament after 5 years of continuous deployment. The transport ship slides into Palace Docking Bay with practiced ease, its crew grateful for chance to stand on holy ground after months in void. The Custodians disembark with same efficiency they bring to everything, forming up in bay despite lack of immediate threat. Discipline doesn't end because environment becomes safe. The Custodian walks familiar corridors with senses that detect changes accumulated during absence. New art has been installed in public galleries, pieces commissioned to celebrate victories achieved during Indamita's crusade. Technical improvements have been made to defensive systems, their presence obvious to enhance perception, trained to notice such modifications. Personnel have changed, faces that were familiar before deployment, now replaced by successors who regard returning Custodians with mix of awe and uncertainty. But deeper changes exist beneath surface alterations. The atmosphere within Palace has shifted in ways difficult to quantify. Conversations cease when Golden Warriors approach, resume in hushed tones after they pass. Tech priests huddle over data slates with expressions suggesting forbidden knowledge. Palace staff move with caution that seems excessive given current threat levels. Something has happened during the 5 years away, and understanding its nature becomes priority before returning to deployment. The Custodian seeks answers through method learned across 10 millennia, listening without appearing to listen, observing without drawing attention to observation. Enhanced hearing catches fragments of conversation from dozens of meters distant. Can't be true. Always male, everyone knows. Games Workshop confirmed. The words mean nothing initially. Context gradually builds. A meeting with Shield Captain Veradon provides clarity. The captain gathers returning warriors in briefing chamber sealed against surveillance, his expression suggesting unpleasant news requiring careful handling. He begins without preamble, as is Custodian way. During their deployment, certain revelations have emerged regarding nature of the 10,000 themselves, specifically regarding gender assumptions that have guided recruitment and understanding for 10 millennia. The Custodian listens with enhanced mind, struggling to process information that contradicts every previous understanding. According to Veradon's briefing, official sources now confirm that female Custodians have always existed, that the gene forging process was never gender restricted, that assumptions about 10,000 being exclusively male represented misunderstanding, incomplete knowledge, historical blind spot. The explanation seems impossible. Every Custodian the warrior has met across 10,000 years has been male in external presentation. Every piece of historical artwork depicts Golden Warriors in masculine form. Every account from Heresy era sources refers to Custodians using male language. How can 10 millennia of consistent observation be wrong? Veradon continues, his tone carefully neutral. The Adeptus Custodes Codex has been updated to include female Custodians explicitly. Official statements from high-ranking imperial authorities confirm their existence throughout Custodian history. The first named female Custodian appears in new historical accounts. Shield Captain Calades Torovalia-Kesh, whose service record dates back to Unification Wars themselves. The briefing room falls silent as custodians process information that challenges fundamental aspects of identity. They are warriors who deal in absolutes. Duty is duty. Orders are orders. Truth is truth. But this revelation feels less like truth and more like reality itself shifting beneath their feet. If something as basic as gender composition can be misunderstood for 10,000 years, what else might be wrong in their understanding? One of the younger custodians, younger meaning only 5,000 years of service, speaks with voice that carries edge, suggesting controlled frustration. He asks how such fundamental fact could remain hidden for so long, how every historical account could fail to mention female warriors among 10,000. Veradon's answer is carefully diplomatic. Perhaps they were always present but not distinguished as separate category. Perhaps historical accounts used gender-neutral language that later generations interpreted through cultural assumptions. Perhaps the truth was simply overlooked in ways that now seem inexplicable. The custodian considers these explanations with enhanced intellect designed to process complex information rapidly. None of them feel adequate. 10,000 years of service, 10,000 years of standing watch alongside brothers, and never once noticing that some of those brothers were sisters. The gene forging eliminates many sexual dimorphisms, yes, but not all. Enhanced perception should detect subtle differences that baseline humans might miss. Yet no such memories exist, unless the differences were so subtle as to be meaningless to warriors who don't think in terms of gender categories. Custodians are not recruited for reproductive purposes. They form no family units beyond symbolic kinship of service. Their armor completely obscures physical forms. Their names follow conventions that can be gender neutral if one doesn't assume male default. Perhaps the truth wasn't hidden so much as irrelevant to warriors who never considered gender as meaningful classification. But that explanation only shifts the question. If gender was irrelevant, why does its revelation now feel like fundamental challenge to understanding? Why does confirmation of female custodians provoke unease that borders on cognitive dissonance? The custodian searches enhanced memory for answer and finds something uncomfortable. Assumption built so deeply into thought processes that questioning it never occurred. Male as default, male as standard, male as what custodians are, have always been, will always be. Except that assumption is wrong, has always been wrong, will need to be corrected going forward. The briefing continues with practical implications. New recruitment standards must acknowledge explicitly that gender is not selection criteria. Historical records will be reviewed to identify female custodians whose service was documented but not explicitly classified. Training protocols will be examined to ensure no unconscious bias exists in how custodians are prepared for service. The changes will be minimal in practice, because in practice, nothing actually changes. Custodians are custodians. The duty is the duty. The oath binds regardless of chromosomal configuration. Yet the custodian can't shake feeling that something profound has shifted. Not in reality. Reality apparently remained constant while understanding evolved. But in perception of reality, in framework through which 10,000 years of experience is interpreted, memory suddenly feels suspect. Were there female custodians in the Shield Company during Great Crusade, during Heresy, during 10 millennia of vigil? Enhanced memory can't say with certainty, because it never recorded gender as meaningful variable. the implications extend beyond personal confusion. If custodians can be wrong about something so fundamental to their own composition, what else might they be wrong about? Is the Emperor's vision being served through current deployments, or has interpretation of his will drifted over millennia? Are the 10,000 maintaining traditions that matter, or preserving forms that lost meaning generations ago? Can perfection truly be static, or does it require adaptation to remain relevant? These questions are dangerous. They suggest doubt, and doubt corrodes the absolute certainty that makes custodian service possible. The Golden Warrior forces them away through meditation exercises learned during earliest training, focusing instead on what remains unchanged: the oath, the duty, the service that continues regardless of gender considerations or historical revelations. But the questions return during quiet moments between exercises. They whisper in back of enhanced mind during patrol shifts through palace corridors. They suggest that perhaps the galaxy's changes during 10,000 years of isolation weren't confined to Xenos threats and chaos expansion. Perhaps humanity itself changed. Perhaps the Imperium changed. Perhaps even custodians must change or risk becoming relics preserved beyond their relevance. The custodian encounters other warriors struggling with similar thoughts. Conversations happen in training halls, in armories, in quiet corners where golden guardians gather between duties. No one questions the revelation's truth. Official confirmation is absolute, but everyone wrestles with implications that extend beyond simple gender identification. Some embrace the revelation as liberation from assumptions that limited understanding unnecessarily. Others view it as revisionism that disrespects traditions maintained across 10 millennia. Most occupy uncertain middle ground, accepting that female custodians exist while struggling to integrate this knowledge with lived experience that seems to contradict it. The custodian observes these reactions without judgment. Each warrior processes information according to individual psychology, shaped by unique gene forging and personal experience. There is no correct response, only authentic engagement with truth that challenges previous certainties. The important thing is that service continues, that duty persists, that the oath remains binding regardless of how understanding evolves. A conversation with one of the Terra Station custodians provides different perspective. This warrior never deployed during Indomitus Crusade, maintaining traditional vigil throughout the controversy. To them, revelation about female custodians seems almost trivial. Yes, the fact was previously unknown or unacknowledged, but what does it change about fundamental duty? The Emperor still sits upon Golden Throne. The palace still requires defense. The 10,000 still stand ready to give everything in service. Gender is irrelevant to these truths. Whether the warrior standing next watch is male or female matters exactly zero when demons assault outer walls. The Guardian Spear cuts equally well regardless of wielder's chromosomes. Perfection is perfection, full stop. Everything else is distraction from purpose absolute. The custodian finds comfort in this perspective. Yes, revelation challenges assumptions maintained across millennia. Yes, understanding of custodian history requires revision. Yes, personal certainties have been shaken in ways that feel uncomfortable. But underneath all of this, the duty remains. The oath persists. The service continues. And these truths matter more than any historical revelation about gender composition. The Shield Company prepares to return to deployment after standard 3-month resupply period. New equipment is issued, including weapons forged according to updated specifications. Armor receives comprehensive maintenance that addresses accumulated damage from 5 years of combat. Personnel receive medical evaluation, ensuring gene-forged bodies remain at peak efficiency. Everything proceeds according to protocols refined across 10 millennia. The Custodian joins formation for departure briefing, Guardian Spear held at rest position, every sense alert despite safe environment. Around the briefing chamber, SHIELD company members gather in ranks that show no division based on gender revelation. They are Custodians, they serve, nothing else requires statement. SHIELD Captain Veradon addresses company for final time before departure. He acknowledges that recent weeks have been challenging, that revelations about Custodian history have provoked questions without easy answers. But he reminds them that uncertainty is not weakness. The galaxy they deploy into is filled with uncertainty, with threats that evolve faster than doctrine can adapt, with situations that demand flexible thinking rather than rigid adherence to outdated assumptions. Perhaps, he suggests, the revelation about female custodians serves as lesson in humility. Perhaps it reminds 10,000 that perfection doesn't mean omniscience, that even the Emperor's finest warriors can be wrong about fundamental aspects of their own existence. Perhaps this knowledge will make them better servants, more willing to question, more able to adapt, more effective in galaxy that punishes rigid thinking with extinction. Or perhaps it changes nothing. Perhaps the duty remains as it always has, and the revelation is simply interesting footnote in Custodian history that will be studied by future generations. Perhaps what matters is not understanding everything, but serving despite uncertainty. Perhaps the oath's power comes precisely from its binding force, even when comprehension fails. The Custodian listens to these words with enhanced mind that finds truth in both perspectives. Yes, the revelation matters. Yes, it changes understanding of Custodian history in fundamental ways. But also, yes, the duty continues. The service persists. The oath binds as tightly as ever. These truths coexist without contradiction. The departure order comes through. The SHIELD company moves toward transport ships that will carry them back into galaxy's burning expanses. The Custodian boards with same efficiency brought to every action, finding assigned position in troop bay, securing weapons and equipment for launch. Around the bay, other Custodians settle into departure configurations, their golden armor gleaming in artificial light. Terra drops away as ship accelerates toward Mandeville Point. The palace becomes distant gleam of gold against planetary surface. The controversy about female custodians remains on Terra, irrelevant to warriors deploying into combat zones, where survival depends on skill rather than historical understanding. The galaxy doesn't care about gender revelations. The galaxy only understands violence, and the Custodians bring that understanding to every battlefield they grace with presence. The warp translation activates, reality twists, and the Golden Warriors return to their duty, carrying with them questions that have no clear answers but won't prevent them from serving with same absolute dedication they've shown for 10,000 years. Perfection adapts. Perfection persists. Perfection serves regardless of uncertainty. The voyage continues toward war zones that will test everything that gene forging created. And in the back of enhanced mind, questions whisper with voices that won't be silenced, but also won't be allowed to interfere with duty that transcends understanding. Service continues. The oath endures, and the Custodian stands ready to face whatever comes, secure in certainty that this much, at least, remains absolutely true. The Shield Company deploys to Vigilus, a world holding strategic importance in wake of great rifts opening. The planet sits at nexus point where stable warp routes converge, making it vital for Imperial logistics throughout entire sector. It's also under siege by forces from every conceivable enemy: Orcs, Genestealer cults, Chaos Space Marines, even Necron Raiders seeking technologies buried in planet's deep hives. The defense requires coordination between multiple Imperial factions, and the Custodians arrive to ensure the coordination doesn't collapse under pressure. The Custodian disembarks on landing platform that's seen better centuries. Damaged void shields flicker overhead, their coverage incomplete after weeks of orbital bombardment. Imperial Guard regiments move through organized chaos of defensive preparation, their officers shouting orders while servitors haul ammunition to forward positions. In distance, artillery booms provide constant soundtrack to world at war. Shield Captain Veradon leads company toward command bunker where strategic planning occurs. They pass through checkpoints manned by Astra Militarum soldiers who snap to attention with mixture of awe and fear. To baseline humans, Custodians represent perfection so far beyond their capability that looking upon golden warriors feels like viewing divine beings. The Custodian ignores their reactions with practiced ease, attention focused on tactical situation rather than mortal reverence. The command bunker sits deep beneath primary hive's foundations, protected by meters of rockcrete and void shield generators that make it one of safest locations on entire planet. Inside, representatives from every major Imperial faction coordinate defense that spans continents. Space Marine captains from multiple chapters discuss force deployment. Inquisitors debate enemy motivations. Imperial Guard generals move pins on maps larger than most rooms, and standing at Chamber's center, coordinating all of it with efficiency that makes chaos seem ordered. Another Custodian. The Custodian recognizes immediately that something is different about this warrior. The armor is standard issue. Golden auramite crafted to same exacting specifications used across all 10,000. The Guardian Spear follows familiar patterns, its power blade and integrated bolter identical to thousands of others. The stance carries same perfect balance, same readiness for violence at thought speed, but something in proportions, in how armor fits, in subtle details that enhance perception, detects. This is female Custodian, the first one the warrior has knowingly encountered. Shield Captain Veradon makes introductions with formality appropriate to warriors of equal rank meeting for first time. The female Custodian's name is Calistrate, her service record dating back 6,000 years. Her combat honors extensive enough that listing them would consume hours. She currently coordinates Vigilus defense as representative of Captain General Valeris himself, her authority superseding even Space Marine chapter masters in matters of strategic importance. Calistrate acknowledges the Shield Company's arrival with nod that conveys professional respect without unnecessary deference. Her voice, when she speaks, carries same tonal range and authority that all Custodians project, perhaps slightly higher in pitch, perhaps not. Enhanced hearing struggles to detect meaningful difference. She explains tactical situation with efficiency that makes complex deployments seem straightforward, her assessment incorporating factors that lesser commanders might overlook. The Custodian listens while simultaneously observing in ways that feel uncomfortable, almost intrusive. This is what female Custodian looks like when armor is removed from question marks of uncertainty. This is what 10,000 years of service produces regardless of chromosomal configuration. This is perfection that transcends gender categories baseline humans find so important. And it's unremarkable. Calistrate moves with same fluid precision all Custodians demonstrate, speaks with same absolute confidence born from knowing capabilities exceed any challenge likely to manifest, analyzes tactical situations with same enhanced cognition that processes variables faster than cogitators. There's nothing about her that seems different in ways that matter for duty execution, which raises question the Custodian has been avoiding since Terra's revelation. If female Custodians are indistinguishable from male Custodians in all ways relevant to service, why did their existence feel like such profound revelation? Why does confirmation challenge understanding so deeply when practical implications are minimal? The answer, uncomfortable as it proves, lies in assumptions maintained without examination for 10,000 years. Male as default, male as standard, male as what Custodians are. These assumptions were never stated explicitly, never codified in regulation, never enforced through conscious policy. They simply existed as background radiation of culture, unquestioned because questioning never seemed necessary. Until suddenly it became necessary, until revelation forced examination of foundations thought to be absolute, until meeting warrior-like Calistrate made abstract confirmation into concrete reality that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. The briefing continues with tactical details that demand full attention. Calistrate outlines enemy positions across multiple hive sectors, identifies weak points in Imperial defenses, assigns Shield Company to objectives that will maximize their unique capabilities. Her strategic thinking is flawless. But then, it should be. She's Custodian. Perfection is baseline expectation regardless of gender. The Custodian accepts assignment without comment or question. The mission involves eliminating Chaos Cultist leadership that's coordinating attacks from deep within Hive's lower levels. Standard seek and destroy operation, complicated by dense urban environment and civilian populations that can't be reliably distinguished from combatants. Exactly the sort of mission where Custodian capabilities shine. Individual perfection, navigating chaos that would overwhelm conventional forces. Before deployment, Calistrate approaches with expressions suggesting private conversation would be appreciated. The other Custodians withdraw to provide space, understanding without need for explicit communication that some discussions benefit from privacy even among warriors who share everything through service. Calistrate speaks quietly, her voice pitched for enhanced hearing only. She acknowledges that the Custodian's reaction to her presence has been noticeable. Enhanced perception works both directions, and Custodians are not skilled at deception because they've never needed to practice it. She asks directly if there are concerns about her command, about her capabilities, about her fitness to coordinate defensive world this important. The Custodian considers responses with enhanced mind that processes multiple conversational paths simultaneously. Denying observation would be pointless. She's correct. That reaction has been obvious. Deflecting with platitudes would insult both warriors. Only honest answer serves purpose in conversation between Custodians who've sworn same oath. The truth is complicated. No, there are no concerns about Calistrate's command or capabilities. Her service record speaks to competence beyond question, and direct observation confirms she operates at level expected of any custodian. The uncertainty stems not from doubt about her specifically, but from grappling with implications of what her existence means for understanding custodian history and identity. If female custodians have always existed, why does their confirmation feel like fundamental shift rather than simple revelation of previously unknown fact? If gender is truly irrelevant to custodian service, why does meeting female warrior provoke questions that male warriors never inspired? If perfection transcends such categories, why do categories suddenly feel important enough to cause cognitive dissonance? Calistrate listens without interruption, her expression suggesting these questions are familiar rather than novel. When the custodian finishes, she responds with observation drawn from 6,000 years of navigating similar conversations. The confusion stems from conflating revelation with change. Nothing has changed. Female custodians existed before confirmation, during periods when their existence went unacknowledged, and will continue existing going forward. The only change is in awareness, in explicit recognition of reality that was always present. But awareness matters, she continues. Acknowledgement has power beyond simple fact stating. When something is officially recognized, it can be examined, discussed, understood in ways impossible when it exists only as unstated truth. The conversation happening right now, this would have been impossible before revelation, because neither warrior would have possessed vocabulary to address what they're experiencing. The custodian considers this perspective with enhanced cognition, designed for tactical analysis but applicable to philosophical questions. Calistrate is correct that revelation enables conversation previously impossible. But does that make the revelation good? Does awareness that challenges 10,000 years of understanding serve purpose beyond causing discomfort? Calistrate's answer is pragmatic rather than philosophical. The galaxy is changing faster than doctrine can adapt. Threats evolve, enemies learn, circumstances shift in ways that punish rigid thinking. Custodians who can adapt their understanding when confronted with new information, who can revise assumptions maintained without examination. These warriors serve the Emperor more effectively than those who insist reality must conform to expectations. Female custodians existing doesn't change duty, doesn't alter oath, doesn't modify anything about service that makes custodians what they are. It simply adds dimension to understanding that was previously incomplete. An incomplete understanding, however comfortable, serves poorly in galaxy where survival depends on accurate perception of reality. The custodian absorbs this wisdom with respect, born from recognizing superior experience. Calistrate has navigated these questions for 6,000 years, presumably since long before official confirmation made conversations possible. Her perspective carries weight that comes from lived experience rather than theoretical contemplation. The conversation concludes with Calistrate's observation that the Shield Company's deployment provides excellent opportunity for direct demonstration that gender is irrelevant to custodian effectiveness. The mission's difficulty will test everyone involved, and performance under pressure reveals truth more clearly than any philosophical discussion. Actions speak, words merely interpret. The Shield Company deploys into Hive's lower levels, with Calistrate accompanying as tactical coordinator. The environment is hostile beyond normal parameters, narrow corridors filled with toxic atmosphere, civilian populations that might be cultists or victims, infrastructure damaged by weeks of fighting. This is where warfare becomes personal, where perfect aim matters more than overwhelming firepower, where individual skill determines survival. The Custodian fights alongside Callistrate during initial assault on cultist stronghold. They move through corridors in formation that maximizes overlapping fields of fire while maintaining individual combat capability. Her Guardian spear cuts through cultists with same efficiency any Custodian demonstrates, power blade finding throats and hearts with precision that makes killing seem effortless. Her integrated bolter delivers rounds that explode inside target bodies, turning enemies into red mist that coats walls. There is no weakness, no hesitation, no moment where gender becomes factor in combat effectiveness. Callistrate fights like Custodian because she is Custodian, and Custodians are perfection given form regardless of chromosomal configuration. The Custodian observes this with something approaching relief, not because doubt existed about her capabilities, but because concrete demonstration makes abstract understanding feel more solid. The cultist leadership dies quickly once Custodians reach inner sanctum. Their chaos-granted powers prove insufficient against warriors gene-forged by Emperor himself. Their demonic allies flee before golden presence that radiates absolute certainty. Their mortal followers surrender or die, outcomes determined by how quickly they recognize futility of resistance. Within hours, threat that plagued Vigilus' defense for weeks is eliminated with efficiency that seems almost contemptuous. The Shield Company regroups in cleared section of Hive, performing weapons maintenance and armor repair while coordinating with other Imperial forces. Callistrate directs follow-up operations with same tactical brilliance she brought to initial planning. Her commands precise and her understanding of battlefield dynamics flawless. The Custodian watches her work and recognizes truth that should have been obvious from beginning. Gender is irrelevant because duty transcends such categories. A conversation happens during brief respite between operations. The Custodian approaches Callistrate during moment when privacy is available, seeking to acknowledge learning that occurred through direct observation. The words come with difficulty. Custodians are not trained in expressing uncertainty or admitting incomplete understanding, but honesty serves better than maintaining a facade of omniscience that was never warranted. The Custodian admits that preconceptions existed despite conscious rejection of such thinking, that meeting female Custodian for first time created cognitive dissonance requiring resolution through observation, that watching her command and fight provided education no amount of philosophical discussion could replicate, that understanding has shifted from intellectual acceptance of revelation to genuine recognition that nothing meaningful distinguishes warriors except individual skill and experience. Callistrate accepts acknowledgement with grace that suggests she's heard similar admissions before. She notes that the Custodian adapted quickly. Some warriors require years or decades to fully integrate new understanding into worldview shaped by millennia of unstated assumptions. The fact that observation could modify perspective within single deployment speaks well of flexibility that will serve valuable in galaxy where change is only constant. But she also warns against overcorrection. Recognition that female Custodians exist shouldn't transform into focus on gender as defining characteristic. The point isn't that female warriors are just as good as male warriors. Such comparison implies separation. That doesn't exist in reality. The point is that Custodians are Custodians. Gender is irrelevant variable, no more meaningful than height or eye color. or any other physical characteristic that doesn't impact duty execution. The Custodian internalizes this wisdom, understanding its truth even while recognizing difficulty of maintaining proper perspective. Cultural assumptions built across 10,000 years don't dissolve simply because revelation proves them wrong. Constant vigilance will be required to avoid falling back into patterns of thought that divide rather than unify. But vigilance is something custodians excel at. Applying it to internal assumptions alongside external threats merely extends existing skill set. The deployment on Vigilus continues for 3 more weeks. The Shield Company fights alongside Callistrate in dozen more operations, each one providing further demonstration that competence transcends gender categories. By campaign's end, the Custodian no longer notices that Callistrate is female, except in moments of conscious reflection. She's simply excellent warrior and tactical coordinator whose gender is as irrelevant as the Custodian always believed it should be. The Shield Company departs Vigilus with mission accomplished and new understanding integrated. Callistrate remains behind to continue coordinating planetary defense. Her service exactly as valuable as any other Custodians would be in equivalent position. The Custodian boards transport ship with Guardian Spear, secured and armor repaired, ready for next deployment that will bring fresh challenges. But something has shifted internally, not in dramatic fashion. No sudden enlightenment or revolutionary transformation. Simply gradual recognition that reality is more complex than assumptions allowed. That 10,000 years of service doesn't grant omniscience. That even perfection can be refined through exposure to truth previously unknown. The galaxy continues burning. Enemies continue threatening humanity's survival. The Imperium continues its slow collapse toward extinction. that might arrive in millennia or centuries or decades depending on variables beyond any individual's control. None of this changes through revelation about female custodians, but the custodian changes incrementally, subtly, in ways that might not be visible to external observation, but matter for internal understanding. The oath remains absolute. The duty continues unchanged. The service persists as it always has. But the warrior executing that service now carries recognition that certainty can be illusion, that assumptions require examination, that even the 10,000 can learn new truths about themselves. It's uncomfortable knowledge, but comfort was never part of the oath. Service demands accepting truth regardless of how it challenges previous understanding. And the custodian serves, has always served, will continue serving until violence or entropy claims what the gene forging created. The truth, at least, remains absolutely certain. The Shield Company receives deployment orders directing them to Ultramar, the 500 worlds that Robert Gilliman administers directly. The Primarch himself requests custodian presence for operation that requires surgical precision beyond what standard Astartes can reliably provide. Details are classified until arrival, but urgency is clear from priority coding that supersedes other assignments. The warp journey to Ultramar takes longer than normal, despite navigators' best efforts. The Great Rift has made stable routes unreliable, forcing ships to take circuitous paths that add weeks to journeys that should require days. The custodian spends transit time in meditation, processing lessons learned during Vigilus deployment while maintaining combat readiness for whatever challenge awaits. Macragge's honor, Gilliman's massive flagship, looms in orbit around Macragge itself when Shield Company arrives. The vessel is monument to imperial might, kilometers long, mounting weapons that could crack continents, housing populations that number in tens of thousands. The Custodians transfer to flagship fare shuttle that seems insignificant against such massive construction. Their arrival announced with ceremony befitting the Emperor's personal guard. Guilliman meets them in strategium that spans entire deck, its walls covered in hololithic displays showing real-time updates from hundreds of war zones. The Primarch stands at Chamber's center, reviewing reports with speed that suggests enhanced cognition processing information faster than baseline humans could track. He acknowledges Custodian's arrival with nod that conveys respect without excessive deference, his manner suggesting he views them as peers rather than subordinates despite hierarchical realities. The mission briefing is direct. Intelligence has identified major Chaos Warband operating from Demon World on Ultramar's borders. The Warband leadership includes former word-bearers who participated in Calth's burning. Their crimes personal affronts to Guilliman himself. Standard assault would require months of preparation and potentially years of siege warfare. The Primarch wants different approach. Precision strike eliminating leadership while they gather for ritual that intelligence suggests will occur within weeks. The Custodians are perfect tools for such operation. Small team insertion, elimination of high-value targets, extraction before enemy response overwhelms position. It's exactly the sort of mission where individual perfection matters more than overwhelming force. Shield Captain Veradon accepts assignment immediately, already formulating tactical approach while Guilliman continues briefing. But Guilliman adds complication. He wants to accompany the strike personally. His presence will provide combat capability beyond what even Custodians possess. His strategic thinking will enable real-time adjustment to changing circumstances, and his direct involvement will send message to Chaos forces that certain crimes carry consequences regardless of time elapsed since commission. The Custodian observes discussion between Veradon and Guilliman with interest that borders on concern. Primarchs are designed for combat. Their gene craft exceeds even Custodian enhancement in some respects, but they're also irreplaceable assets whose loss would devastate Imperial morale beyond calculation. Risk-reward analysis suggests keeping Guilliman safe on flagship, while Custodians execute mission with established protocols. Guilliman addresses this concern before it can be voiced. He's aware of risks. He's calculated probabilities of success, with and without his participation. He understands that his death would harm Imperium in ways battlefield victory cannot compensate. But he also understands that leadership sometimes requires personal presence in most dangerous circumstances, that warriors fight harder when their commander shares their risk, that revenge for Calth demands he look word bearers in their corrupted eyes before delivering Emperor's judgment. The Custodian recognizes Primarch logic even while finding it inefficient. Emotion drives this decision as much as tactics. Guilliman wants personal satisfaction of killing word-bearers who burned his realm, and he's willing to accept additional risk to achieve that satisfaction. It's very human behavior for being who's supposed to transcend such limitations. Perhaps genecraft can eliminate fear and doubt, but apparently vengeance persists even in Primarch psychology. Preparation for mission takes 3 days. The strike team consists of entire shield company, plus Guilliman himself. 21 warriors total, each one capable of single-handedly turning battles that would overwhelm conventional forces. They'll deploy via modified Thunderhawk that's been equipped with stealth systems allowing approach without triggering Demon World's defenses. Landing zone is calculated to provide maximum tactical advantage while minimizing exposure during insertion. The Demon World is called Galmech, its surface transformed by millennia of chaos worship into landscape that violates natural law at fundamental level. Mountains pulse like living organs. Rivers flow with blood that steams an atmosphere thick with corruption. The sky churns with colors that shouldn't exist, their wavelengths causing pain to enhance perception. This is what happens when reality's boundaries erode completely, when material realm becomes indistinguishable from warp's madness. The Thunderhawk descends through Galmech's atmosphere, with stealth systems straining to maintain concealment against senses that operate on principles beyond normal physics. The Custodian sits in deployment bay, with Guardian Spear across lap, every sense alert despite apparent calm. Around the bay, other Custodians maintain similar readiness, their golden armor seeming to glow with inner light that pushes back against surrounding darkness. Guilliman occupies seat designed for his Primarch dimensions, the armor of fate gleaming even in subdued lighting. The Emperor's sword sheathed at his hip, but clearly visible. His expression is controlled. But underneath control, the Custodian detects anticipation that borders on eagerness. The Primarch is looking forward to this, looking forward to killing word-bearers who wronged him 10,000 years ago, looking forward to revenge that's been delayed far too long. Landing occurs without incident, the Thunderhawk touching down in valleys shielded from observation by rock formations that predate Galmech's corruption. The deployment ramp drops, and the strike team moves out into environment that assaults enhanced senses with wrongness, saturating every molecule. The ground feels unstable despite appearing solid. The air tastes of things that should not be consumed. Sounds echo with harmonics that suggest hidden dimensions lurking just beyond perception's edge. The Custodian advances with formation, Guardian Spear at ready position, every movement precise despite terrain that seems to shift when not directly observed. Navigation is difficult. Traditional methods fail when geography refuses to remain consistent. Guilliman provides guidance through combination of strategic thinking and what might be intuition, leading strike team through valleys and between formations toward ritual site where word-bearers will gather. They encounter demons almost immediately, lesser entities at first, plague-bearers shuffling through diseased mists, bloodletters prowling for violence to satisfy endless hunger. The Custodians dispatch them with efficiency that makes killing seem almost casual. Guardian spears cutting through demonic essence before entities can manifest fully. Guilliman's sword burns with holy fire that makes demons flee before its radiance. The Primarch's presence anathema to creatures whose existence depends on warp energy, his gene craft partially negates. The advance continues through landscape that grows progressively more corrupted as they approach ritual site. Buildings that might once have been imperial architecture now lean at impossible angles, their walls running with substances that might be stone or flesh or something between. Symbols carved into every surface cause pain when observed directly, their geometry violating principles that mathematics should follow. The Custodian avoids looking at them directly, trusting peripheral vision to provide necessary information without inviting madness that direct observation might bring. They encounter word-bearers patrol as sun. If Galmech's burning sky can be called sun, reaches zenith, 8 Chaos Space Marines in corrupted power armor their ceramite decorated with scripture praising dark gods. The patrol dies quickly, Custodian precision overwhelming traitor experience, but their deaths alert other forces, and suddenly subtle approach becomes fighting advance as word-bearers mobilize to defend ritual site. The Custodian fights through corrupted Astartes with efficiency born from 10,000 years of training. Guardian Spear cuts through ceramite that should resist such attacks, Power Blade finding joints and weak points with precision that seems prescient. Integrated Bolter delivers rounds that explode inside target bodies, turning word-bearers into fragments scattered across cursed ground. Around this golden warrior, the Shield Company executes textbook assault, individual excellence combining into unstoppable advance. Guilliman fights like Avatar of Emperor's Vengeance itself. His sword cleaves through Terminators with strikes that should require more force than single warrior can generate. His fists shatter helms and crack armor when melee becomes too close for blade work. He roars challenges in High Gothic that make corrupted word-bearers hesitate despite chaos-enhanced courage. The Primarch is fury personified, and word-bearers who thought themselves beyond Imperial reach discover their error too late to matter. The ritual site is amphitheater carved from single piece of stone that pulses with sick light. Word-bearer leadership has gathered here as intelligence predicted. Dark apostles chanting invocations, possessed champions standing guard, corrupted veterans forming defensive perimeter. At amphitheater center, a rift tears reality itself. Demons pouring through in numbers that should overwhelm any conventional force. The Custodians charge anyway, because they are not conventional force, because perfection doesn't retreat before mere numbers, because the oath binds absolutely regardless of odds. They hit word-bearer defensive line like golden hurricane, guardian spears reaping traitors faster than demons can reinforce positions. The amphitheater becomes abattoir, its stone floor slick with blood both red and brass colored. Guilliman makes directly for Dark Apostle commanding ritual, his sword burning bright enough to illuminate entire battlefield. The traitor attempts sorcery that should reduce Primarch to ash, but Guilliman's genecraft includes resistances specifically designed to counter such attacks. The warp energy dissipates like morning mist, and then the Emperor's sword finds Dark Apostle's throat. The traitor's head rolls across ground, his corruption unable to save him from judgment, 10,000 years delayed. With leadership eliminated, ritual collapses. The warp rift seals with psychic backlash that staggers everyone within amphitheater. Demons scream as their anchor to reality disappears, their forms unraveling back into immaterium from which they came. Surviving word-bearers break and flee, their morale shattered by watching invincible leaders die like anyone else. The Custodian pursues fleeing traitors with other Shield Company members, cutting them down before they can escape to warn other forces. No survivors, no witnesses, no word-bearers who can report that Custodians and Primarch himself struck at Galmek's heart. The mission demands complete elimination, and Custodians execute that requirement with clinical efficiency. The extraction proceeds smoothly, despite resistance from demons attracted by ritual's collapse. The Thunderhawk arrives on schedule, its stealth systems concealing approach until strike team boards. Within minutes, they're lifting off, leaving behind battlefield littered with bodies and ritual site that will never again serve dark purposes. The flight back to McGregor's honor passes in silence. Guilliman sits in deployment bay with expressions suggesting satisfaction. Revenge achieved, old wrong partially addressed, personal honor upheld through direct action. The Custodians maintain weapons and armor attending to practical concerns, while Primarch contemplates whatever thoughts occupy gene-crafted demigods. The Custodian observes Guilliman during this quiet period, considering what the mission revealed about Primarch nature. He fights magnificently, skill exceeding even Custodian capability in some respects. He leads effectively. Tactical decisions during combat proved consistently optimal. He inspires loyalty through combination of competence and genuine care for warriors under his command. But he's also driven by emotions that Custodians were gene-forged to eliminate. The revenge motivation behind this entire operation. That's not strategic thinking. That's personal satisfaction prioritized over cold calculation. Risking Primarch life to kill word-bearers who don't actually threaten Ultramar anymore. That's emotion overriding logic. Yet perhaps that's not weakness. Perhaps emotional investment makes Guilliman more effective leader precisely because warriors respond to commanders who feel alongside them. Custodians serve perfectly but perhaps coldly. Guilliman inspires through combination of competence and humanity that resonates with baseline humans who need more than perfection to follow into danger. Back aboard McGregor's Honor, Guilliman thanks Shield Company formally before dismissing them to rest and resupply. His gratitude is genuine, his recognition of their service absolute. He tells them that the Emperor himself would be proud of how his guard performed, and the words carry weight coming from Primarch, who actually knew the master of mankind before his entombment. Shield Captain Veridon accepts thanks with appropriate humility, acknowledging that the mission succeeded through combined effort rather than Custodian excellence alone. It's diplomatic response, but also accurate. Guilliman's presence turned what would have been difficult assault into overwhelming victory. His combat capability and tactical thinking proved as valuable as intelligence suggested. The Custodian considers this dynamic during rest period after mission. The relationship between Custodians and Primarchs has always been complex. Both are Emperor's creations, both designed to serve humanity's salvation, both gene-crafted beyond baseline human capability. But Primarchs lead where Custodians guard. Primarchs inspire where Custodians perfect. Primarchs adapt where Custodians maintain. Neither approach is superior in absolute terms. Both serve necessary functions within Imperial structure. But perhaps the tension between tradition and adaptation that's troubled the Custodian, since revelation about female warriors reflects deeper question about whether perfection requires stasis. Guilliman embodies change. He returned after 10,000 years and immediately began reforming Imperium, according to vision that differs from established tradition. The Custodians embody continuity. They maintain vigil across millennia, their dedication unchanged regardless of external circumstances. But what happens when continuity becomes obstacle rather than strength? When tradition maintained past relevance serves poorly in galaxy that demands adaptation? The revelation about female Custodians suggests that even the 10,000 can be wrong about fundamental assumptions. If that's true, what else might require re-examination? These questions trouble the Custodian during subsequent days as Shield Company prepares for next deployment. They're not doubts about duty. The oath remains absolute. Service continues unchanged. But there are uncertainties about whether current service serves Emperor's vision as effectively as tradition suggests. Whether the 10,000 have become relics, maintained beyond purpose, beautiful and perfect, and ultimately irrelevant to galaxy's actual needs. The questions have no clear answers. Perhaps they're not meant to. Perhaps uncertainty itself serves purpose, keeping warriors alert to possibility that understanding might be incomplete, that reality might be more complex than assumptions allow, that even perfection can evolve without losing essential nature. The Shield Company departs Macragge with new appreciation for how Primarchs approach service. Guilliman adapts where Custodians maintain, but both ultimately serve the Emperor. Both ultimately fight for humanity's survival. Both ultimately give everything in pursuit of purpose that transcends individual existence. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps questions about tradition versus adaptation matter less than continued service, regardless of how understanding evolves. Perhaps the Oath's power lies precisely in its binding force, even when comprehension wavers. Perhaps perfection is not static state, but continuous process of becoming what duty demands. The Custodian doesn't reach definitive conclusions, but the thinking itself represents evolution. Willingness to examine assumptions that 10,000 years of tradition established as absolute truth. And that willingness, uncomfortable as it proves, might be exactly what service requires in galaxy where certainty is luxury no warrior can afford. The deployment orders arrive with unprecedented urgency. The Shield Company is directed to Thalassa, an Ultramarines recruiting world that's under assault by Death Guard forces in numbers that suggest full Legion deployment. The planet's strategic value is secondary to its symbolic importance. If Ultramarines recruiting worlds fall, the message to Imperium will be devastating. Guilliman himself leads relief force, but void warfare has delayed his arrival. The Shield Company will deploy immediately, holding ground until reinforcements arrive. The briefing makes clear what this mission represents. The Shield Company, 21 Custodians total, must hold against potentially thousands of Death Guard Plague Marines plus countless cultist forces. The odds are worse than anything encountered during Great Crusade, worse than most situations during Heresy. This is suicide mission dressed in tactical language, and everyone present understands reality beneath official orders. Shield Captain Veradon addresses company with honesty befitting warriors who've served together for years. The mission is nearly impossible. Casualties are likely. Survival is uncertain. But Thalassa matters, both strategically and symbolically. If it falls before Guilliman arrives, the propaganda victory for chaos will be immeasurable. The Shield Company must hold, not forever, just long enough. Days, perhaps, maybe only hours, but long enough. The Custodian listens with enhanced mind, calculating probabilities that confirm Veradon's assessment. This is where the Golden Warrior will likely die, where oath sworn 10,000 years ago will reach completion through violence that finally exceeds gene-forged durability, where perfection proves insufficient before overwhelming force. It should inspire fear, but fear requires emotion, the gene-forging eliminated. There is only acceptance, only understanding that duty sometimes demands ultimate sacrifice, only certainty that service continues until capacity for service ends. The company deploys via rapid insertion drop pods that descend through Thalassa's atmosphere, like meteors announcing apocalypse. Impact scatters Custodians across Primary Hive's defensive perimeter, each warrior emerging to find themselves surrounded by enemies in numbers that would overwhelm any normal force. The Custodian's pod crashes through Hab Block, crushing Death Guard squad beneath its armored hull before doors blow outward in shaped charges. The battlefield is nightmare given physical form, Plague Marines advance through streets thick with disease fog that kills unprotected humans in seconds. Cultists infected with every conceivable pathogen shamble forward in waves that seem endless. Nurgle demons materialize from pools of corruption, their bloated forms spreading pestilence through mere proximity. The air itself is toxic, thick with spores that would consume baseline human lungs within heartbeats. The Custodian fights from moment of deployment. Guardian Spear cuts through Plague Marine armor with difficulty. The corrupted Ceramite resists blessed weapons through combination of physical thickness and demonic reinforcement. Integrated Bolter delivers rounds that explode inside target bodies, but Death Guard physiology continues functioning despite catastrophic damage that should prove instantly fatal. These are enemies designed to endure, and eliminating them requires focused effort beyond what most opponents demand. The Shield Company converges on defensible position, Fortress Cathedral, that Talassar's population uses for worship. The structure's architecture provides tactical advantages, its walls thick enough to resist most weapons, its elevated positions offering clear fields of fire. But it's also trapped. Concentration of force in single location means enemies can focus their assault without worrying about flanking maneuvers. Veradon coordinates defense with efficiency that makes hopeless situations seem manageable. Custodians position themselves to maximize overlapping fire zones while maintaining individual combat capability. Sisters of Silence attached to company create null fields that prevent demonic reinforcement. Automated defense systems scavenged from fallen positions add firepower that partially compensates for numerical disadvantage. The Death Guard assault begins within hours of Custodian arrival. Wave after wave of Plague Marines advance through streets choked with diseased dead, their resilience making each one require multiple killing strikes. The Custodians reap them with Guardian Spears and Bolter fire, golden warriors standing firm against tide that should overwhelm through sheer mass. Bodies pile high enough to create obstacles that slow enemy advance. But more keep coming. Endless reinforcements suggesting this is more than raid or probing attack. This is extermination campaign. The Death Guard intend to consume Talassar completely, leaving nothing but plague-ridden corpse world as monument to Nurgle's generosity. And standing between them and that objective are 21 golden warriors whose perfection must suffice where numbers cannot. The Custodian fights continuously for first day, Guardian Spear never resting, Bolter depleting ammunition at rates requiring constant resupply from diminishing stocks. The Gene-Forged body operates beyond normal human endurance, enhanced physiology compensating for exertion that would kill baseline warriors within hours. Sleep becomes theoretical concept, rest measured in seconds stolen between assaults, food consumed mechanically when attendants force it into hands. Night falls, or what passes for night when sky is obscured by disease fog thick enough to block starlight. The Death Guard assault intensifies under cover of darkness, their numbers seeming infinite despite casualties that would break any normal force. They advance over mountains of their own dead, using corpses as cover from Custodian fire, accepting losses that would horrify conventional commanders. The Custodian's armor accumulates damage faster than field repairs can address. Auramite plating cracks under sustained fire. Void shield generators fail one by one. Helmet displays flicker with corrupted data from sensors exposed to plague fog. The Guardian Spear's power field destabilizes after prolonged use, its performance degrading to levels that would make replacement advisable. if replacement were possible. But there's no time for comprehensive maintenance, no respite that would permit proper repair. Only continuous combat that grinds warriors down through attrition that even Genecraft cannot fully prevent. Shield Captain Veridon falls on second day. A Plague Marine champion wielding Plague Cleaver catches him during melee engagement, the corrupted weapon's disease overwhelming even Custodian immune system. Veridon fights for minutes after mortal wound, his dedication driving body beyond what should be physiologically possible. But eventually, even perfection fails. He collapses mid-strike, his guardian spear falling from nerveless hands, his last words confirming transfer of command to most senior surviving warrior. The Custodian becomes de facto leader by virtue of service length exceeding other survivors, its role never trained for. Custodians are individual perfection rather than unit commanders, but someone must coordinate defense. An experience dating back to Great Crusade provides foundation for tactical decision-making. The responsibility settles across shoulders like physical weight, understanding that choices made now determine whether any survive to see reinforcements arrive. Third day brings demon assault that nearly breaks defensive perimeter. Greater demons of Nurgle manifest in Cathedral Courtyard, their bloated forms spreading disease through reality's fabric. Sisters of Silence engage them with blank presence, but numbers are insufficient to completely neutralize demon advantage. The Custodians fight hand-to-hand against entities whose touch spreads corruption, whose mere presence makes enhanced physiology struggle against infection. The Custodian faces Great Unclean One directly, Guardian Spear seeming pathetically inadequate against Demon, whose mass exceeds armored transport. The creature moves with hideous grace despite obesity that should prevent motion, its claws dripping with substances that corrode armor on contact. Its voice whispers offers of relief from pain, promises of acceptance into Grandfather Nurgle's embrace, guarantees that surrender would end suffering, that resistance only prolongs. The Golden Warrior ignores temptation that was never going to work on mind gene forged to eliminate such weakness. The Guardian Spear lashes out in strikes aimed at joints and weak points identified through millennial experience fighting demons. The power blade cuts through demonic flesh with difficulty, each wound sealing almost immediately despite consecrated weapon's blessing. The integrated bolter delivers rounds that explode inside target body, but the Great Unclean One seems to absorb damage without meaningful reduction in capability. The battle extends across minutes that feel like hours, Custodian speed and skill matched against demonic resilience and supernatural strength. Neither warrior gains decisive advantage, both inflicting wounds that accumulate without proving fatal. Around them, other battles rage as Shield Company faces extinction through overwhelming force finally applied with sufficient concentration. The Great Unclean One makes mistake. It grows overconfident from observing Custodian fatigue, assuming exhaustion will create opening for killing strike. When it lunges forward with both arms extended for embrace that would crush ceramite and flesh together, the Custodian is ready. The Guardian Spear drives upward through Demon's jaw into brain cavity, power blade penetrating deep enough to scramble whatever passes for thought processes in these entities. The Great Unclean One shudders, its form beginning to dissolve back into immaterium from which it came. The Custodian maintains pressure, driving deeper, ensuring banishment is complete. The demon's death sends psychic shockwave across battlefield, momentarily disrupting other demonic manifestations. The Shield Company exploits this advantage, pressing attack with renewed fury that drives enemies back from cathedral walls. For a brief period, it seems possible that defense might hold, that perfection might indeed prove sufficient. Then the fourth day brings revelation that makes previous assaults seem mild. Mortarion himself has arrived, the demon primarch of the Death Guard, first among Nurgle's champions, gene son of the Emperor, transformed into corruption personified. His presence on battlefield transforms strategic situation from difficult to impossible. A single demon primarch can break armies. The remnants of Shield Company, less than dozen custodians surviving after 3 days of continuous combat, cannot hope to stop him. But they try anyway, because duty doesn't end when success becomes impossible, because the oath binds even when death is certain, because custodians are perfection given form, and perfection serves until capacity for service terminates. The custodian watches Mortarion descend from plague-ridden sky on wings that drip with corruption, his massive form dwarfing even custodian stature. Silence, the demon primarch's scythe, gleams with sickly light that promises death beyond physical ending. His voice, when he speaks, carries across entire battlefield with power that makes reality shudder. He offers surrender, offers quick death instead of prolonged suffering, offers to let custodians die with honor intact if they simply stand aside and permit Death Guard forces to complete their work. The offer is almost tempting, not for its content, but for implicit recognition that continued resistance serves no practical purpose. The custodian responds for surviving Shield Company. There will be no surrender, no withdrawal, no compromise with forces that represent everything the Emperor opposed. The custodians will hold this ground or die trying, and Mortarion will learn that some warriors cannot be broken regardless of odds. Mortarion laughs, wet, bubbling sound that carries undertones of genuine amusement. He expected nothing less from the Emperor's guard. But expectation doesn't change outcome. The Shield Company will die here. All that remains is determining whether death comes quickly or slowly. The final assault begins with Mortarion leading from front, his mere presence inspiring Death Guard forces to renewed fury. The custodians meet them at cathedral entrance, golden warriors standing firm against wave of corruption that should overwhelm any defense. The melee is brief, brutal, and one-sided in ways that all previous combat wasn't. The custodian fights plague marines whose enhanced capabilities seem magnified by their primarch's proximity. Guardian spear cuts through enemies that yesterday required single strikes but today need 3 or 4 to achieve kills. The gene-forged body operates beyond anything that should be possible. Adrenaline analogs flooding system, with strength purchased through metabolic debt that will require recovery measured in weeks. But it's not enough, has never been enough, will never be enough. The mathematics are simple and unforgiving. Less than dozen custodians cannot stop demon primarch plus legion strength assault. Perfection has limits, and those limits are being reached. Another custodian falls, then another, then 2 simultaneously, as Mortarion wades into melee with scythe that claims warriors whose gene craft was supposed to make them nearly indestructible. The Shield Company shrinks with each passing minute. Golden warriors selling lives at terrible cost, but ultimately unable to prevent inexorable advance. The custodian knows this is the end, knows that service measured in 10,000 years will terminate within minutes or hours at most, knows that the oath will be fulfilled through death rather than continued vigilance. It should feel tragic. But emotion requires capacity. The gene forging eliminated. There is only acceptance, only final dedication to duty that defined existence since creation. Only certainty that death in service is exactly what the oath always promised. The Guardian Spear rises one final time, its power field flickering with energy drawn from failing generators. The Custodian charges toward Mortarion himself, recognizing impossibility of victory, but unable to die without challenging corruption's champion directly. This is what it means to be Custodian. This is what perfection demands. This is how service ends, not in gentle decline, but in furious resistance maintained until capacity for resistance terminates. Mortarion's scythe swings toward Golden Warrior in arc that will bisect ceramite and flesh together. The Custodian attempts parry that might have succeeded against any other opponent, against Demon Primarch whose strength exceeds anything short of the Emperor himself. The parry fails. Silence cuts through Guardian Spear's haft, destroying a weapon that served faithfully across millennia. The blade continues its arc, promising death that will end 10,000 years of service. Then reality shifts. Warp space tears open above battlefield, golden light spilling through in quantities that burn even through disease fog. Ships materialize from impossible translation. Imperial Navy vessels that should require days to reach Talassar, arriving in moments through navigation that violates every known principle, and leading them, his presence unmistakable, even before sensors confirm identity. Robut Guilliman has arrived, the Lord of Ultramar, gene son of the Emperor, bearer of the Emperor's sword. He comes with full battle fleet, plus Primaris reinforcements, numbering in thousands. He comes exactly when needed most, arriving in moment that separates survival from extinction. Mortarion's scythe stops mid-strike. The Demon Primarch, recognizing the tactical situation, has transformed from victory assured to stalemate at best. He withdraws with Death Guard forces, unwilling to engage Brother Primarch when strategic advantage has evaporated. The battlefield clears with surprising speed, plague fog dissipating as corruption retreats before holy light spilling from fleet overhead. The Custodian collapses to knees. Guardian Spears remains falling from nerveless hands. The gene-forged body has accumulated damage that will require months to heal fully. Metabolic debt from days of continuous combat, demanding immediate payment. Around the cathedral, 5 surviving Shield Company members exhibit similar exhaustion. Golden armor cracked and bloodied, warriors maintained upright through will alone. Guilliman descends on personal shuttle, his face when he emerges showing mixture of pride and grief. Pride that Custodians held impossible ground against overwhelming odds. Grief that such sacrifice was necessary. That 21 warriors were reduced to 5 through combat that should never have been required. He kneels beside the Custodian, his massive frame bringing him to eye level with Golden Warrior who can barely focus through exhaustion. His words are simple but carry weight of genuine emotion. The Emperor would be proud. The Shield Company's sacrifice enabled evacuation of Talassar's population, saved recruiting world from corruption that would have devastated Ultramarines for generations. 5 survived, but 16 died as Custodians are meant to die, in service to Emperor's vision, protecting humanity from darkness that seeks to consume it. The Custodian acknowledges Primarch's words with nod that requires every remaining bit of strength. Service continues even now, even broken and exhausted, even reduced below operational capacity. The oath binds, the duty persists. Perfection endures until violence claims what creation forged, and violence has not yet finished its claiming. Medical personnel arrived to tend surviving custodians, their efforts focused on stabilizing gene-forged bodies pushed beyond design tolerances. The custodian submits to treatment with recognition that recovery will be a lengthy process. But recovery will occur. The body was built to endure, built to heal, built to continue functioning despite trauma that would destroy baseline humans completely. Talasar is saved. The shield company is broken. 16 golden warriors are dead. Their sacrifice marked by a bell of lost souls, tolling that echoes across void. And the custodian understands with clarity, purchased through near death, that perfection has limits, that even the Emperor's guard can be overwhelmed, that duty sometimes demands prices that exhaust every resource. But service continues, despite casualties, despite exhaustion, despite recognition that similar missions will likely recur throughout remaining service. The oath was never conditional on survival. The oath binds absolutely, demands everything, promises nothing except opportunity to serve until capacity for service terminates. The custodian lives, for now. And while life continues, so does duty, so does dedication, so does certainty that whatever else changes, whatever revelations emerge about gender or tradition or the nature of perfection itself, the oath remains absolute. Service endures, and the golden warrior stands ready, broken but unbowed, to continue that service until violence or entropy finally claims what the gene forging created 10,000 years ago. The Medici facility aboard Macgregor's Honor is equipped with technologies that border on archaeotech, systems preserved from dark age of technology when humanity's medical knowledge exceeded anything current Imperium can replicate. The Custodian lies in regeneration tank filled with bioalchemical solutions designed specifically for gene-forged physiology. Body suspended in liquid that promotes cellular repair at accelerated rates. Consciousness drifts during healing process. Awareness flickering between full lucidity and drug-induced dreams that blur memory with imagination. The Custodian experiences fragments from 10,000 years. The gene laboratories where transformation occurred. The Heresy's battlefields where everything fell apart. The long vigil on Terra where time seemed to stop. The Indomitus Crusades deployments where service resumed. All of it compressed into moments that feel simultaneously eternal and instantaneous. Recovery takes 3 months. The bioalchemical solutions gradually repair damage accumulated during Talasar's defense, rebuilding muscle tissue, fusing fractured bones, regenerating organs damaged beyond baseline human capacity to heal. The process is painful despite analgesics. Gene-forged bodies resist sedation, some part of combat readiness persisting even during medical treatment. But pain is information to be processed and dismissed, sensation acknowledged without allowing it to compromise recovery. The other surviving Shield Company members occupy adjacent tanks, their recovery proceeding at similar rates. Through observation windows, the Custodian can see them floating in their own healing solutions, their golden armor removed to reveal bodies that are simultaneously magnificent and broken. Each one carries scars that will never fully fade, physical reminders of service rendered at cost that came within moments of being total. Gilliman visits regularly during recovery period, his presence unexpected given responsibilities that should consume every waking moment. He speaks to unconscious custodians as though they can hear him, discussing strategic situations, sharing updates on wider crusade progress, simply maintaining presence that suggests genuine care rather than obligatory command attention. The Custodian, consciousness surfacing during one such visit, observes the Primarch with enhanced perception that detects exhaustion bleeding through superhuman endurance. Guilliman looks tired in ways that transcend physical fatigue. The weight of commanding dying Imperium shows in subtle details. Tension around eyes, slight hesitation before decisions that should come instantly. Moments of contemplation that suggest questioning whether chosen paths serve their intended purposes. He's holding everything together through sheer force of will and capability. But even Primarchs have limits. The Custodian wonders what happens when those limits are reached, whether anyone would even notice before collapse becomes catastrophic. The Primarch notices Custodian awareness, his expression shifting to something approaching relief. He speaks quietly, acknowledging that recovery proceeds well, that all 5 survivors are expected to achieve full combat capability within standard time frame. The 16 who fell are being returned to Terra with honors appropriate for Emperor's personal guard, their sacrifice recognized through ceremonies that will be remembered millennia hence. But Guilliman's tone carries something beyond simple status update. He admits that watching shield companies near destruction has forced reconsideration of how Custodians are deployed. The model of sending small elite teams against overwhelming odds produces dramatic results when successful, but costs that cannot be sustained when failure means losing irreplaceable warriors. He's consulting with Captain General Valoris about revised deployment doctrines that balance Custodian effectiveness against their fundamental irreplaceability. The Custodian processes this information with enhanced cognition that operates even during recovery. Guilliman is learning lessons that Custodians have known for 10,000 years. Perfection is valuable precisely because it's rare, and spending rare resources carelessly leads to bankruptcy, regardless of how spectacular individual expenditures might be. The Shield Company achieved objective, saved Talassar, enabled successful defense, but at cost of 16 warriors whose creation required decades and whose loss cannot be replaced at rates matching casualties. It's uncomfortable recognition that duty sometimes demands prices exceeding what should be paid. The perfect execution of impossible missions might not justify losses incurred achieving success. That even the Emperor's Guard can be spent unwisely despite best intentions. The Custodian has never questioned deployment orders before. Questioning implies doubt, and doubt corrodes absolute dedication. But watching 16 warriors die for single world, however strategically important, raises questions that persist despite gene-forged discipline. Guilliman continues speaking, his voice carrying undertones suggesting he's working through similar thoughts aloud. He notes that Imperium cannot afford to lose Custodians at rates Talassar established, cannot afford to deploy them on suicide missions regardless of stakes involved, cannot afford to treat them as expendable despite their willingness to be expended in service. The math is brutal but unavoidable. 10,000 Custodians total across entire galaxy versus literally quadrillions of enemies. Every loss reduces overall capability by measurable percentage. The Custodian wants to respond, wants to argue that Custodians exist precisely for missions like Talassar, where normal forces would fail completely. But consciousness fades before words can form. Medical systems adjusting chemical balance to promote deeper healing. The last thing observed before awareness disappears is Guilliman's face. his expression carrying grief for warriors who died under command. He authorized responsibility, weighing visibly despite having made correct tactical decision given information available. Time loses coherence during final stages of healing. Days, might be weeks, might be hours. Eventually, bioalchemical solutions drain from tanks, leaving custodians to wake in sterile medical bays, surrounded by attendants whose augmented eyes track vital signs displayed on hovering screens. The transition from liquid suspension to air breathing causes brief panic that gene-forged discipline suppresses immediately. Then full awareness returns, and with it, understanding that recovery is complete. The custodian sits upright on medical slab, testing body that feels simultaneously familiar and foreign. Everything functions correctly. Enhanced strength responds to neural commands. Accelerated reflexes demonstrate expected performance. Sensory input processes with clarity matching pre-injury baseline. But there are differences. New scars running across chest where plague marine blade penetrated armor. Slight hesitation in left shoulder where joint was shattered and required complete reconstruction. Phantom sensations from guardian spear no longer carried. Neural pathways expecting weapon feedback that no longer comes. Medical personnel provide comprehensive evaluation, their assessments confirming full recovery, with minor caveats about scar tissue and reconstructed joints. The body operates at 98% of previous capability, slight reduction being acceptable cost of injuries sustained. New armor waits in adjacent chamber, freshly forged by palace artificers who worked months crafting replacement worthy of warrior who held impossible ground against demon Primarch himself. The new Guardian Spear is masterwork exceeding previous weapon in every measurable specification. Lighter, yet stronger, more responsive power field, integrated bolter with improved accuracy. It's beautiful in ways that transcend mere functionality. Each component crafted with care appropriate for arming Emperor's personal guard. The Custodian accepts it with recognition that no weapon can truly replace what was lost, but service continues regardless of whether tools remain constant. The other survivors are released from medical care simultaneously. There, recovery time to ensure Shield Company reforms as cohesive unit. 5 warriors where once were 21. Barely quarter strength remaining from force that deployed confident in their capability to handle any challenge. The losses weighed despite gene-forged psychology, eliminating grief as baseline humans experience it. Each fallen warrior represented centuries or millennia of accumulated experience, knowledge that cannot be replaced even when new custodians eventually replenish numbers. Shield Captain position remains vacant after Veradon's death. The senior surviving warrior should assume command, but that warrior is the Custodian, whose experience extends back to Great Crusade itself. The responsibility settles like physical weight, understanding that leadership requires skills beyond individual perfection. Must coordinate multiple warriors, must make decisions affecting others' survival, must balance mission success against costs that might exceed what should be paid. Captain General Valoris confirms promotion via encrypted transmission, his words carrying expectations appropriate for Custodian, whose service predates Imperium's current form. The new Shield Captain will rebuild company to full strength, will integrate replacements drawn from Terra's gene laboratories, will establish operational doctrine, incorporating lessons learned through Talassar's near destruction, its opportunity and burden simultaneously. chance to shape how custodians deploy going forward, weighted by responsibility for warriors whose lives depend on decisions made. The newly promoted shield captain accepts with recognition that refusal is not option. Service means doing what duty demands regardless of personal preference. Leadership is simply another form of service, requiring different skills, but fundamentally serving same purpose. The oath binds whether standing watch alone or commanding warriors whose capabilities match or exceed one's own. Replacement warriors arrive from Terra after 3 months of travel, 15 custodians whose service records span from mere centuries to several millennia. None match the shield captain's experience depth, but all demonstrate perfection expected of Emperor's Guard. They integrate into reformed shield company with efficiency that makes reconstitution seem effortless, though reality involves weeks of coordination training, ensuring new formation operates with cohesion matching previous company. Among replacements is Warrior, whose name is Theona, her service record indicating 4,000 years protecting Palace before volunteering for deployment during current crisis. The shield captain recognizes immediately that she represents first deliberately assigned female custodian, rather than one whose gender went unacknowledged through assumption. Her presence is statement, acknowledgement that revelations from earlier in millennium have shifted how custodians think about their own composition. The shield captain observes Theona during integration training, watching how she interacts with other company members, how her combat style compares to established patterns, whether gender introduces variables requiring accommodation in tactical planning. The observations reveal nothing requiring adjustment. She fights like custodian because she is custodian, moves with same fluid precision, strike with same perfect economy, thinks with same enhanced cognition. Gender is irrelevant variable exactly as it should be. Yet the shield captain finds attention drawn to her repeatedly throughout training cycles, not because she performs differently, but because her presence represents something larger. She's evidence that assumptions maintained across 10,000 years were wrong, that reality was always more complex than understanding acknowledged, that even perfection benefits from recognizing truth over comfortable certainty. A conversation occurs during rest period between exercises. Theona approaches with expression suggesting private discussion would be appreciated. They move to section of training hall offering relative privacy, both warriors understanding that some topics benefit from reduced audience even among those who share everything through service. Theona speaks directly. She notes that the shield captain's attention has been noticeable, asks whether concerns exist about her capabilities, about integration into company, about whether presence as explicitly acknowledged female warrior introduces complications for command structure. Her tone carries no defensiveness, only genuine curiosity about whether adjustment period is required. The shield captain considers response carefully. Truth is preferable to diplomatic evasion between warriors who must trust each other absolutely during combat. The attention stems not from doubt about capabilities. Her performance during training proves she operates at expected levels. Rather, it stems from grappling with implications of what her presence represents. Not just acknowledgement that female custodians exist, but recognition that explicit acknowledgement changes dynamics in ways subtle but meaningful. For 10,000 years, custodians operated under assumption that gender was non-factor because all warriors were male. Now that assumption proves false. Female warriors always existed, their presence either unacknowledged or misunderstood through cultural frameworks that didn't provide vocabulary for recognition. Theona's explicit identification as female warrior represents evolution in understanding. But evolution raises questions about what else might require re-examination. Theona listens without interruption, her expression suggesting these thoughts are familiar rather than novel. When the shield captain finishes, she responds with observation drawn from 4,000 years, navigating similar conversations. The confusion stems from conflating acknowledgement with change. Nothing has changed in objective reality. Female custodians existed before official recognition, during period of non-acknowledgement, and continue existing now. The only difference is in framework through which reality is understood. But frameworks matter, she continues. They shape how warriors think about themselves, how they relate to battle brothers and sisters, how they understand their place within larger structure. Operating under false framework, even unconsciously false framework maintained through unstated assumptions, limits understanding in ways that might not be immediately obvious, but accumulate across millennia. The shield captain absorbs this perspective with recognition that Theona's experience provides insights that personal contemplation cannot match. She's navigated these questions for 4,000 years, likely since long before official acknowledgement made explicit discussion possible. Her wisdom deserves weight appropriate to hard-won understanding. The conversation concludes with mutual acknowledgement that integration will require adjustment period, despite both warriors' best efforts. Not because Theona's capabilities differ from expectations, but because explicit recognition of gender introduces dimension that previous framework excluded. That adjustment is healthy rather than problematic, evidence that custodians can evolve understanding without compromising fundamental dedication. The Reformed Shield Company deploys to new war zone after 6 months of training and integration. The mission is less extreme than Talasar, significant but not suicide assignment, important but not existential. The shield captain's revised deployment doctrine emphasizes sustainable operations over dramatic heroics, recognizing that 16 deaths purchasing single world salvation represents poor resource allocation regardless of how successful individual mission might be. The new approach proves effective. The shield company achieves objectives while maintaining casualty rates approaching zero, their perfection applied with precision that eliminates waste and unnecessary risk. It's less spectacular than previous deployments, but sustainability matters more than drama when resources are irreplaceable. Through all of this, the shield captain watches company members integrate into cohesive force despite diversity of backgrounds and experience levels. Theona operates alongside warriors who've never questioned gender assumptions, her presence gradually normalizing to point where explicit recognition fades into background of shared service, its process rather than event, evolution occurring through accumulated exposure rather than single moment of revelation. And slowly, imperceptibly, the shield captain's understanding shifts, not dramatically, no sudden enlightenment or revolutionary transformation, simply gradual recognition that reality is more complex than frameworks allowed, that assumptions require examination regardless of how long they've persisted, that even perfection can refine itself through exposure to truth previously unknown. The oath remains absolute. The duty continues unchanged. The service persists, as it always has. But the warrior executing that service now carries understanding that certainty can be illusion, that tradition requires justification beyond mere age, that even the 10,000 can learn new truths about themselves. It's uncomfortable knowledge, but comfort was never part of the oath. And the shield captain serves, has always served, will continue serving until violence claims what creation forged. That truth, at least, remains absolutely certain. The Imperial Palace on Terra stands as it has for 10 millennia, golden walls gleaming in light from sun that witnessed humanity's birth. Within its corridors, custodians maintain vigil that began when the Emperor first ascended the Golden Throne. Outside its walls, the galaxy burns with conflicts that threaten to consume everything humanity has built. Between these realities exists tension that cannot be resolved, only endured. The shield captain walks familiar halls during brief return to Terra, guardian spear at rest position, every sense alert despite safe environment. 20 years have passed since Talassar's near destruction. 20 years of continuous deployment across war zones that span from Segmentum Pacificus to Ultima's far reaches. The Shield Company has grown and shrunk multiple times, casualties replaced by new warriors whose faces blur together after decades of constant turnover. But the Shield Captain endures. Enhanced physiology maintains peak performance despite wear that would reduce baseline humans to frailty. Neural pathways built across 10,000 years continue processing tactical information with speed approaching cogitation. The oath binds as tightly as creation's first moment. Service absolute regardless of time's passage. A summons arrives from Captain General Valoris himself, requesting presence in inner palace chambers where 10,000's highest leadership conducts business, affecting entire Imperium. The shield captain proceeds immediately, curiosity about summons tempered by discipline that eliminates speculation in favor of patience. All will be revealed when Valoris chooses revelation. The Captain General's chambers occupy a section of palace that predates unification wars, their architecture reflecting aesthetic preferences from age when humanity still fought for control of single world. Valoris stands before tactical displays showing real-time updates from thousands of war zones, his attention focused on patterns that would overwhelm lesser minds. He acknowledges Shield Captain's arrival with nod that conveys professional respect between warriors whose service spans millennia. The briefing is direct. Intelligence has identified situation requiring custodian intervention of unprecedented scope. Chaos forces are preparing major assault on Forge World Metallica, one of Mechanicus's most important production centers. The attack will come within months, its scale suggesting coordination between multiple traitor legions. Imperial response requires assembling coalition force drawing from every available asset, including significant custodian deployment. Valoris explains that he wants the shield captain to command custodian contingent numbering over 100 warriors, largest single custodian deployment since Heresy itself. The mission will involve coordinating with Space Marine chapters, Imperial Guard regiments, Titan Legios, and Mechanicus defense forces. Success matters not just tactically, but symbolically. If Metallica falls, the propaganda victory for chaos combined with production losses could devastate Imperial war effort throughout entire Segmentum. The shield captain listens with enhanced mind, already formulating operational approaches. Command of 100 custodians represents responsibility exceeding anything previously undertaken. must coordinate warriors whose individual perfection makes them naturally resistant to subordination, must integrate custodian operations with forces whose capabilities fall drastically below 10,000 standards, must balance mission success against casualty rates that Talisar proved can become unsustainable. But also, this is what service demands. The oath includes accepting responsibility regardless of personal preference. Leadership is simply another form of duty, requiring different skills, but fundamentally serving same purpose. The shield captain accepts with recognition the refusal would represent failure to serve, according to current necessity. Valoris continues with observation that carries weight beyond tactical briefing. The 10,000 are evolving, he notes. Deployments that seemed impossible a decade ago now occur regularly. Custodians who maintain vigil for millennia now fight across galaxies' far reaches. Warriors who thought they understood their own nature discover revelations that challenge assumptions maintained since creation. Change is uncomfortable, but perhaps necessary if custodians are to remain relevant in galaxy that transforms faster than tradition can accommodate. The shield captain recognizes this as acknowledgement of broader transformation occurring throughout custodian ranks. The revelation about female warriors was symptom rather than cause, evidence that 10,000's understanding of themselves requires continuous examination rather than static certainty. What else might need re-examination? What other assumptions maintained through unstated tradition might prove inaccurate when confronted with reality's complexity? The conversation shifts to practical concerns. Logistics, coordination protocols, authority structures, when custodians operate alongside other Imperial forces. But underneath tactical discussion runs deeper current recognition that custodians are changing, that change might be healthy rather than corruption, that even perfection can evolve without losing essential nature. The shield captain departs Valoris' chambers with understanding that upcoming deployment represents more than military operation. It's test of whether custodians can adapt operational doctrine while maintaining absolute dedication that defines their service, whether they can learn from mistakes like Talisar while preserving willingness to sacrifice everything when circumstances demand, whether they can evolve understanding of their own nature while keeping oaths binding force absolute. The assembled custodian force gathers on Terra over following weeks. Warriors arrive from deployments across galaxy, their golden armor bearing marks from conflicts on worlds whose names the shield captain has never heard. Some are veterans whose service spans millennia. Others are relatively young, their gene forging completed within last few centuries. Among them are explicitly acknowledged female warriors whose presence no longer draws attention beyond initial introductions. The shield captain addresses assembled force in training hall, large enough to accommodate 100 custodians without crowding. The speech is brief. Custodians don't require motivation beyond duty's call, but clarity matters when coordinating force this large. The mission parameters are outlined, tactical approach explained, authority structure clarified. Each warrior will operate as individual perfection while maintaining coordination that maximizes collective effectiveness. Standard custodian doctrine, scale to unprecedented size. But the shield captain adds observation that goes beyond tactical briefing. They stand at turning point in custodian history, moment when decisions made now will echo through millennia. They can continue operating as they always have, maintaining traditions regardless of whether those traditions serve current circumstances, or they can adapt, can learn from mistakes, can recognize that even perfection benefits from evolution, when evolution serves the Emperor's vision more effectively than stasis. The choice is not between duty and abandonment. The oath binds regardless of operational approaches. The choice is between rigid adherence to forms that might have lost relevance versus flexible application of fundamental dedication to circumstances that demand constant adaptation. Between being statues that guard but don't engage versus active warriors who bring their perfection to galaxy that desperately needs every advantage humanity can muster. The assembled custodians listen in silence that speaks volumes. This is conversation that couldn't have occurred before recent revelations. Discussion that would have seemed like heresy against tradition, when tradition felt absolutely binding. But tradition's hold has loosened through recognition that assumptions can be wrong, that understanding can be incomplete, that even the 10,000 can learn new truths about themselves. No vote is taken. No consensus is demanded. Each custodian will process these thoughts according to individual psychology, shaped by unique gene forging and personal experience. But seeds are planted. Recognition that change might not represent weakness, that adaptation might serve better than stasis, that perfection is process rather than state. The deployment to Metallica proceeds with precision that makes complex logistics seem effortless. 100 custodians board transports alongside Space Marine chapters from multiple legions, Imperial Guard regiments numbering in millions, Titan legios whose war horns shake void with their passage. Its largest Imperial mobilization in recent memory, force designed to not just repel chaos assault, but deliver message that some worlds are defended with absolute commitment. The voyage takes weeks through warp routes made treacherous by great rifts' continuing influence. Navigators struggle to find stable passages, their efforts resulting in circuitous paths that add time to journey already lengthened by cautious approach. But eventually, fleet translates into Metallica's system, their arrival announced with fanfare appropriate to relief force carrying salvation for embattled world. Metallica is nightmare landscape of industrial production, carried to extremes that defy imagination. Forge complexes cover entire continents, their output sufficient to supply entire crusade fleets. The population numbers in billions, virtually all of whom are somehow affiliated with Mechanicus. Tech priests, servitors, Skitari soldiers, forge workers, whose augmented bodies blur line between human and machine. The world's strategic importance cannot be overstated. Its loss would devastate Imperial production capacity throughout entire region. The chaos assault begins 3 weeks after Imperial reinforcements arrive. Traitor fleets translate into system in numbers, suggesting every major warband in sector has contributed forces. World Eaters, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Emperor's Children, all 4 Chaos Gods represented through their champion legions. Supporting them are cultist forces, numbering in millions, demon engines that walk despite violating natural law, and corruption itself manifesting as reality, warping phenomena. The Shield Captain coordinates Custodian deployment from command center deep within Metallica's primary forge complex. 100 warriors are dispersed across battlefield according to tactical doctrine emphasizing mobile reserves rather than static defense. When chaos forces achieve breakthrough, Custodians respond with overwhelming local superiority, their perfection concentrated at decision points where conventional forces would fail. It works For first time since Heresy, Custodians fight as army rather than elite strike teams. Their coordination transcends what Space Marine chapters achieve through brotherhood, reaching level possible only when individual perfection combines with shared dedication. The battlefield transforms wherever Golden Warriors deploy. Enemy advances crumbling before precision that seems almost cruel in its efficiency. The shield captain fights alongside warriors under command, unwilling to lead from safety when service demands sharing risks. The new Guardian Spear performs magnificently, its blessed blade cutting through traitor armor with efficiency exceeding previous weapon. Integrated Bolter delivers rounds that find targets, even in chaos of melee combat. Enhanced targeting systems compensating for conditions that would make normal accuracy impossible. A bloodthirster of Khorne manifests during assault on Forge Complex Alpha 7-9. The greater demon's presence announced by reality, tearing open like infected wound. The shield captain engages immediately, recognizing that Custodian command dying to demon would devastate morale beyond tactical calculations. The battle is brief but intense. Guardian Spear meeting demonic axes in exchanges that shake ground with their force. The bloodthirster falls, not quickly. Greater demons are not eliminated easily regardless of who faces them. But eventually, inevitably, the consecrated blade finds throat that cannot regenerate fast enough to prevent banishment. The demon's death sends shockwave across battlefield, its demise demonstrating that Custodians are exactly as dangerous as legends suggest. The defense of Metallica continues for 6 weeks, each day bringing fresh assaults that test defenders to limits of endurance. But the Custodian deployment makes difference that transcends their numbers. Everywhere Golden Warriors fight, Imperial forces rally with renewed determination. Everywhere they coordinate operations, tactical efficiency improves beyond what isolated efforts could achieve. They are exactly what the Emperor intended when he first created 10,000 perfect warriors whose presence transforms impossible situations into merely difficult challenges. The Chaos forces eventually retreat, their casualties unsustainable despite reinforcements that seemed infinite. Metallica survives bloodied but intact, its forge complexes resuming production before last enemy ships flee system. Victory is complete in ways that haven't been seen since Great Crusade's glory days. Success purchased through coordination and adaptation, rather than just individual heroism. The shield captain tallies casualties during post-battle assessment. 7 Custodians fell during 6 weeks of continuous combat. 7 out of 100, casualty rate approaching 7%. High by Custodian standards, but remarkable given battle's intensity. Compare this to Talassar, where 21 warriors were reduced to 5, 76% casualties purchasing single world salvation. The mathematics are brutal but clear. Revised operational doctrine works, sustainable deployment proving more effective than heroic expenditure. Valoris arrives personally to observe results, his presence indicating recognition that this deployment represents potential template for future operations. He walks battlefield alongside Shield Captain, observing forge complexes saved through Custodian intervention, acknowledging warriors whose service prevented catastrophe that would have rippled throughout Imperium. The Captain General speaks quietly about lessons learned. Metallica proves Custodians can operate as coordinated force without losing individual perfection that defines them. Proves sustainable deployment doctrine can achieve strategic objectives while maintaining acceptable casualty rates. proves that adaptation serves better than rigid adherence to operational approaches that might have made sense during Heresy, but require modification for current circumstances. But he also warns against overcorrection. Custodians must remain willing to pay ultimate prices when circumstances demand absolute sacrifice. Talassar's defense, despite its horrific casualties, was necessary and justified by stakes involved. The goal is not to eliminate risk, but to apply risk intelligently, to ensure expenditure of irreplaceable resources serves purposes worthy of their cost. The Shield Captain absorbs this wisdom with recognition that Valoris speaks truth that requires balance difficult to maintain. Too much caution makes Custodians irrelevant, their perfection wasted through excessive risk aversion. Too little caution leads to Talassar situations where worthy objectives are achieved at costs that cannot be sustained. Finding proper balance demands constant evaluation. Adaptation to circumstances that change faster than doctrine can accommodate. The conversation concludes with Valoris's observation that Shield Captain has earned promotion beyond company command. Coordination of 100 warriors during Metallica demonstrated capabilities suitable for higher responsibility. He offers position within Custodian High Command, role that would involve strategic planning across multiple deployments, authority exceeding anything previously held. The Shield Captain considers response carefully. Higher command means less direct combat, more administrative responsibility, greater distance from warriors whose lives depend on decisions made. It represents evolution from warrior to commander, transformation that feels uncomfortable, despite being natural progression after 10,000 years of service. But it also represents opportunity to shape how Custodians deploy going forward, to implement lessons learned through decades of adaptation, to ensure future operations balance effectiveness against sustainability. The oath includes accepting responsibility regardless of personal preference. Leadership is simply another form of service. The Shield Captain accepts with understanding that duty sometimes demands evolution beyond what feels comfortable. Service continues regardless of form it takes. The oath binds whether standing watch alone, commanding Shield Company, or coordinating strategic deployment of forces whose numbers exceed anything attempted since Heresy. The galaxy burns, the Imperium struggles, humanity fights for survival against enemies that seem infinite in number and implacable in hatred. And the Custodians adapt, learn, evolve their operational approaches while maintaining absolute dedication. That defines their service. 10,000 years of tradition give way to recognition that tradition serves only when it serves effectively. The oath remains absolute. The duty continues unchanged. But the warriors executing that duty now understand that perfection is process rather than state. That adaptation serves the Emperor's vision more effectively than stasis. That even the 10,000 can learn new truths about themselves without compromising fundamental dedication. The Shield Captain, no longer Shield Captain, now something more, stands upon Metallica's surface, watching stars burn in void above. Somewhere out there, wars rage that will determine humanity's fate. Somewhere out there, Custodians deploy, bringing their perfection to battlefields that desperately need every advantage. And here, now, stands Warrior, whose service spans from creation in Emperor's gene laboratories through 10,000 years of vigil and warfare and adaptation. The body is same one gene forged millennia ago, though every cell has been replaced countless times. The mind is same consciousness that first swore oath in laboratory's depths, though understanding has evolved beyond what that nascent warrior could have imagined. The dedication is same absolute service that defined existence since awakening. Though methods of service have transformed to match galaxy's changes, what remains constant is the oath. What persists is the duty. What endures is certainty that service continues until violence or entropy claims what creation forged, and that truth, that fundamental, absolute, unchanging truth, binds across millennia with force that time cannot diminish. The warrior turns from contemplating stars and walks back toward duties that never end. The galaxy burns, the service continues, and perfection adapts to serve more effectively in circumstances that demand constant evolution from those who would protect humanity from darkness seeking to consume it. The Custodian, no longer merely shield captain, but now tribune holding authority across multiple war zones, stands in archive deep within Imperial Palace. The chamber is old beyond mortal comprehension, its construction predating even unification wars. Dustcoat shelves holding data slates whose information has been transferred through dozens of storage mediums across millennia, each copy potentially introducing errors that accumulate like genetic drift. The search has consumed weeks of spare time stolen between strategic planning sessions, every moment not dedicated to coordinating Custodian deployments across galaxy has been devoted to this investigation, seeking truth about question that's troubled since revelation years ago. If female custodians always existed, where is evidence in historical record? Why does direct experience spanning 10,000 years contain no clear memory of female warriors? The Tribune examines records methodically, enhance cognition processing information at speeds that would overwhelm baseline humans. Reports from Great Crusade describe custodians deploying alongside Primarchs, their perfection noted, but genders never specified. Heresy era documents reference 10,000's defense of Palace, individual exploits catalogued but personal details omitted. Post-Heresy archives track custodians returning to vigil, their service maintained but identifying characteristics rarely mentioned. Pattern emerges through accumulated data. Historical records consistently describe custodians as warriors, guardians, servants of emperor, but rarely use gendered language specifying male or female. The assumption of universal maleness came not from explicit statements, but from absence of explicit contradiction, from cultural frameworks that defaulted to male when gender went unspecified, from gradual ossification of assumption into accepted truth. But absence of contradiction is not evidence. Silence is not confirmation. The Tribune recognizes with uncomfortable clarity that 10,000 years of assumption were built on foundation no more solid than cultural expectation, transmitted through generations who never questioned because questioning seemed unnecessary. More records. Personnel rosters from various periods show custodian names without additional identifying information. The names themselves provide no clarity. Many follow conventions that could be either male or female depending on linguistic interpretation. Without explicit gender markers, each name becomes ambiguous, interpreted through whatever assumptions reader brings to text. The Tribune finds roster including warrior named Callistrate, the same custodian encountered years ago on Vigilus, the female warrior whose presence represented first explicitly acknowledged encounter. Her name appears in records dating back 6,000 years as stated. a service documented across dozens of deployments. But the historical records never specify gender, never clarify whether Callistrate is male or female, never provide information that would resolve ambiguity, until recent codex explicitly identified her as female, until official sources confirmed what historical records left unspecified, until revelation forced recognition that assumptions maintained across millennia were exactly that. Assumptions, not facts, derived from evidence. The Tribune sits in archive silence, processing implications with enhanced mind that struggles against conclusions pointing toward uncomfortable truth. The evidence suggests that female custodians always existed exactly as official sources now claim, not hidden, not disguised, not deliberately obscured, simply present in ways that cultural assumptions prevented recognition. The blindness was not in historical record, but in how that record was interpreted by readers who brought unexamined assumptions to its reading. More disturbing, the Tribune's own memories provide no definitive contradiction. 10,000 years of service, countless interactions with fellow custodians, endless hours standing watch alongside warriors whose names and faces blur together across millennia. Enhanced memory can recall these warriors in precise detail, their combat styles, their tactical preferences, their individual quirks within narrow parameters that gene forging permits. But gender, that variable was never recorded as meaningful, never stored as relevant information, never processed as characteristic worth noting, because gender didn't matter. Custodians are custodians. The duty is the duty. The oath binds regardless of chromosomal configuration. In an environment where gender carried no functional significance, where warriors operated as individual perfection rather than reproductive pairs, where armor completely obscured physical forms and names followed ambiguous conventions, gender became invisible, not through concealment, but through genuine irrelevance, until suddenly it became relevant, until revelation forced recognition that irrelevance was itself assumption requiring examination, until meeting warriors like Callistrate and Theona made abstract possibility into concrete reality, demanding integration into understanding. The Tribune closes archive access, processing complete. The truth is uncomfortable, but unavoidable. Female custodians always existed, their presence either unacknowledged or misunderstood through frameworks that didn't provide vocabulary for recognition. The assumption of universal maleness was error built on unstated tradition, maintained through generations who never questioned because the question never occurred to them. But error is not lie. Misunderstanding is not deception. The Tribune's service across 10,000 years was rendered in good faith, dedication absolute regardless of whether understanding was complete. The oath binds even when comprehension fails. Service continues despite uncertainty. And perhaps that's the most important truth, that duty transcends understanding, that dedication persists through changing circumstances, that even the Emperor's Guard can be wrong about fundamental aspects of their own existence without compromising the service that defines them. A communication arrives from Captain General Valoris, requesting Tribune's presence for briefing on emerging situation requiring immediate attention. The Tribune responds affirmatively, rising from archive contemplation to return to duties that never end. Questions about historical gender representation matter less than current operational requirements. The galaxy burns regardless of how custodians understand their own composition. But walking through palace corridors toward Valoris's chambers, the Tribune carries recognition that certainty is luxury. The tradition requires justification beyond mere age, that even perfection benefits from acknowledging when understanding was incomplete. These lessons are uncomfortable, but discomfort serves purpose when it promotes growth beyond stagnation. The briefing room is occupied by multiple high-ranking custodians when Tribune arrives, their presence indicating situation severity. Valoris stands at chamber center, reviewing hololithic displays showing real-time updates from distant war zone. His expression when he turns toward assembled warriors carries gravity, suggesting what comes next will test everything learned through decades of adaptation. The situation is straightforward. Major chaos incursion threatens multiple systems simultaneously, their coordination suggesting this is probing assault, designed to identify weak points in Imperial defenses. Response requires deploying Custodian forces to each threatened location, spreading 10,000 thinner than any time since Heresy. The risk is enormous. If Chaos forces concentrate against isolated Custodian deployment, casualties could be devastating. But alternatives are worse. Allowing multiple systems to fall would create cascade that might prove unstoppable. Valoris assigns Tribune to coordinate deployment to most threatened system, authority extending across Custodian forces, numbering in dozens. The mission will involve operating alongside Space Marine chapters whose capabilities fall far below 10,000 standards, Imperial Guard regiments whose courage exceeds their effectiveness, and Mechanicus forces whose technological superiority comes with doctrinal rigidity that complicates coordination. The Tribune accepts with recognition that this represents culmination of everything learned across recent years. Sustainable deployment doctrine developed after Talassar. Coordination techniques refined during Metallica. Understanding that perfection serves through adaptation rather than stasis. Leadership that balances mission success against casualty rates that cannot be sustained long term. All of it converges in this moment, this deployment, this test of whether Custodians have truly evolved beyond operational approaches that served poorly in current circumstances. But before dismissal, Valoris adds observation that carries weight beyond tactical briefing. He notes that Tribune's service spans from Great Crusade through current crisis, experience exceeding virtually any Custodian currently active. That service has witnessed transformations that would have seemed impossible to warrior first created in Emperor's gene laboratories. The Heresy's betrayal, the Emperor's entombment, 10,000 years of vigil, return to active deployment, revelations about Custodian composition, the challenged assumptions maintained across millennia. Through all of this, the Tribune has adapted, has learned, has recognized when understanding was incomplete and adjusted accordingly, has demonstrated that even perfection can evolve without losing essential nature. That dedication to duty transcends specific forms duty takes, that the oath binds regardless of how circumstances change or understanding develops. This capacity for adaptation while maintaining absolute dedication, this represents what Custodians must become if they are to remain relevant in galaxy that transforms faster than tradition can accommodate. Not abandonment of core values, but recognition that serving those values might require approaches that differ from historical precedent. Not weakness in face of change, but strength to evolve, when the evolution serves the Emperor's vision more effectively than stasis. The Tribune absorbs Valoris's words with understanding that they represent more than personal acknowledgement. Their statement about where Custodians are heading as organization, what they must become to survive in galaxy that punishes rigid thinking with extinction. The 10,000 can continue maintaining traditions that feel comfortable but might serve poorly, or they can adapt, can learn from experience, can recognize that even the Emperor's Guard benefits from evolution when circumstances demand it. The briefing concludes with standard dismissal. The assembled Custodians depart to prepare for deployments that will scatter them across war zones light years apart. The Tribune moves toward Armory where equipment awaits, mind already formulating tactical approaches for mission that will test everything learned through decades of service. But walking through corridors, the Tribune processes revelations that extend beyond tactical considerations. The truth about female Custodians is not just historical fact requiring acknowledgement, it's demonstration that Custodians can be fundamentally wrong about themselves while maintaining absolute dedication to service. It's evidence that tradition maintained across millennia might rest on assumptions no more solid than cultural expectation. It's recognition that even perfection benefits from examining certainties that perhaps were never as certain as they seemed. These lessons hurt. They challenge identity built across 10,000 years, force reconsideration of understanding that felt absolute, introduce uncertainty where previously existed only conviction. But perhaps this discomfort serves purpose. Perhaps capacity to feel discomfort while maintaining service represents strength rather than weakness. Perhaps the oath binds most powerfully exactly when circumstances challenge understanding of what that oath demands. The Tribune reaches Armory where Guardian spear and armor await. The equipment is familiar despite being replaced countless times across millennia. The weapon responds to thought as naturally as limb responds to nerve impulse. The armor seals with satisfying precision, its systems activating in sequence that's been repeated so often it feels like ritual. Standing fully equipped, the Tribune regards reflection in polished surface of nearby bulkhead. Golden Warrior looking back is both familiar and strange. Same form that emerged from gene laboratories 10,000 years ago, yet transformed through accumulated experience into something that nascent warrior could not have imagined becoming. The body is same, despite every cell being replaced countless times. The mind is same, despite understanding having evolved far beyond creation's comprehension. The dedication is same despite methods of service transforming to match galaxy's changes. What remains constant is the oath. What persists is the duty. What endures is certainty that service continues until violence or entropy claims what creation forged, and that truth, that fundamental, absolute, unchanging truth, binds across millennia with force that time cannot diminish, that revelation cannot weaken, that uncertainty cannot compromise. The Tribune turns from reflection toward deployment that awaits. The questions about female Custodians, about tradition's authority, about whether perfection requires stasis or benefits from adaptation. These questions matter, but they matter less than immediate duty demanding attention. The galaxy burns, warriors need coordination, missions require execution, service continues regardless of philosophical uncertainties. And perhaps that's the most important lesson of all, that service transcends understanding, that dedication persists through changing circumstances, that the oath binds even when comprehension fails, that duty continues whether or not the warrior executing that duty fully grasps implications of truths being served. The Tribune walks toward transport that will carry Golden Warrior to war zone, requiring intervention. Behind lies archive full of questions about past. Ahead lies deployment full of challenges requiring solution. Between them exists only present moment, where duty demands execution regardless of whether understanding is complete or uncertainty remains unresolved. The Custodian serves, has always served, will continue serving until capacity for service terminates. Everything else, tradition, revelation, questions about identity and gender and the nature of perfection itself, all of it matters only insofar as it affects ability to execute duty that transcends personal concerns. The oath binds absolutely. The service continues, and the Golden Warrior stands ready to face whatever comes, secure in certainty that this much, at least, remains eternally true. The deployment zone materializes around drop pod with violence that never becomes routine, despite countless repetitions. The world below is Mordian, famous for its Iron Guard regiments, whose discipline rivals even Astartes in some respects. But discipline means nothing when chaos sorcery tears reality itself, when demons pour through breaches that should not exist, when the enemy is corruption given form. The Custodian, Tribune now, though rank feels less important than duty itself, emerges from crater to find battlefield that defies tactical analysis. Space Marines from Crimson Fists. Chapter fight back-to-back with Imperial Guard regiments, their combined efforts barely containing demon tide. Sorcerers from Thousand Suns summon entities that violate natural law with their mere existence, and coordinating it all, a demon prince whose presence makes reality weep. The Tribune rallies Imperial forces through simple presence. Golden armor catches light in ways that seem to push back surrounding darkness. Guardian spear moves through demons with efficiency that makes killing seem effortless. Around this warrior, defenders find courage that seemed exhausted, discover strength they thought depleted, remember why they fight when fighting seems futile. The battle extends across hours that feel like days. The Tribune coordinates with Space Marine Captain, whose tactical thinking is sound, but whose forces are overwhelmed by numbers. Together, they identify demon manifestation points, establish kill zones where combined firepower can achieve maximum effect, create defensive framework that transforms chaos into something approaching order. During brief respite between assaults, the Space Marine Captain asks question that cuts through tactical discussion. He's heard rumors about changes within Custodian ranks, about revelations concerning their composition. Asks directly whether it's true that female warriors serve among 10,000. His tone carries curiosity without judgment, genuine interest in understanding rather than challenging. The Tribune considers response carefully. Truth is preferable to evasion between warriors who must trust each other absolutely during combat. Yes, female custodians exist, have always existed, though their presence went unacknowledged for millennia through cultural assumptions that prevented recognition. The revelation challenged understanding maintained across 10,000 years, but ultimately changed nothing about duty's execution. Custodians are custodians. Gender is irrelevant variable. The Space Marine absorbs this with expression suggesting he's processing implications extending beyond immediate information. He notes that his own chapter recently integrated Primaris Marines, whose creation involved technologies that would have seemed heretical to previous generations. Change is uncomfortable, but perhaps necessary if Imperium is to survive against enemies who evolve faster than traditions can accommodate. Adaptation is not weakness when it serves purposes worth serving. The Tribune recognizes kindred spirit in this observation. Different circumstances, different challenges, but same fundamental question about whether tradition serves or constrains, whether change represents corruption or evolution. The conversation is cut short by renewed demon assault, but understanding has been reached. Not agreement on all points, but mutual recognition that certainty is luxury, that assumptions require examination, that even the Emperor's finest warriors can learn new truths without compromising essential dedication. The battle for Mordian concludes after 3 days of continuous combat. The demon tide breaks when Tribune personally eliminates Demon Prince, Guardian Spear finding throat that cannot regenerate fast enough to prevent banishment. With the leadership destroyed, remaining Chaos forces flee or die, their assault's failure demonstrating that some worlds are defended with commitment that transcends tactical calculation. Casualties among Custodian forces are minimal. 3 warriors wounded seriously enough to require extended recovery, but none killed. The sustainable deployment doctrine proves effective again. Perfection applied with precision that eliminates waste while achieving objectives. It's not spectacular like Talisa's near destruction, but sustainability matters more than drama. When resources are irreplaceable, the Tribune coordinates with other Custodian deployments across threatened systems, ensuring victories achieved in one location are replicated throughout region. The coordination represents evolution in how 10,000 operate. No longer isolated strike teams, but networked force whose collective effectiveness exceeds some of individual perfections. Its new approach developed through painful lessons, refined through constant evaluation, proven through successes that mount over months and years. A transmission arrives from Terra during a voyage back to muster point. Captain General Valoris himself, his message brief but carrying weight appropriate to source. The Tribune's service has been exemplary, demonstrating capabilities suitable for highest responsibilities within Custodian command structure. Promotion to Shield Captain Commander is confirmed, authority extending across multiple Tribune-level deployments, responsibility exceeding anything previously held. The promotion comes with assignment. Return to Terra, assume position within Custodian High Command, shape operational doctrine that will guide 10,000's deployments for decades or centuries to come. Its opportunity to implement everything learned, to ensure future Custodians benefit from lessons purchased through blood and sacrifice, to build framework that balances effectiveness against sustainability. It's also end of direct combat service. Command at this level means strategic planning rather than tactical execution, coordination from command centers rather than fighting alongside warriors. The Guardian Spear will see less use. The armor will spend more time in storage. The gene-forged body, built for war, will be employed primarily for thinking rather than fighting. The Tribune should feel grief at this transition, should mourn loss of direct service that defined existence for 10,000 years, should resist assignment that removes warrior from battlefield where oath finds purest expression. But emotion requires capacity the gene forging eliminated. There is only acceptance, only recognition that duty takes many forms, that service continues regardless of specific expression, that the oath binds whether standing watch, commanding forces, or shaping doctrine that determines how Custodians deploy throughout galaxy. The return to Terra takes weeks through warp routes, whose stability cannot be guaranteed despite navigator expertise. The Tribune spends transit time reviewing deployment reports from across Imperium, absorbing lessons from countless operations, identifying patterns that suggest where doctrine requires adjustment. Enhanced cognition processes information at speeds approaching cogitator function, strategic thinking refined across millennia, finally finding full expression. Terra appears ahead, golden jewel against Void's darkness. The transport approaches through defensive perimeters that have been strengthened since Tribune last saw Homeworld. The palace gleams exactly as remembered, exactly as it has gleamed for 10,000 years, unchanged despite galaxy transforming around it. But the Tribune has changed. The warrior who left Terra decades ago carried certainty about custodian nature that felt absolute. The warrior who returns carries understanding that certainty can be illusion, that assumptions require examination, that even perfection benefits from recognizing when comprehension was incomplete. It's uncomfortable knowledge, but discomfort serves purpose when it promotes growth. The Tribune walks familiar corridors toward chambers that will serve as workspace for remaining service. The palace feels simultaneously eternal and ephemeral, ancient stone and golden walls unchanged across millennia, yet somehow different now that understanding has evolved. Or perhaps the palace hasn't changed at all. Perhaps only perception has transformed through experience, the forced recognition of truths previously invisible. A meeting occurs with Valoris in his private chambers. Discussion that ranges across strategic concerns and philosophical implications both. The Captain General speaks candidly about challenges facing 10,000 in current era. Deployment demands exceed available forces. Casualties accumulate faster than replacements can be trained. Traditional approaches that served during Heresy prove inadequate for circumstances that evolve constantly. But also, revelations about Custodian composition have created opportunities for evolution that wouldn't exist if understanding had remained static. Explicit acknowledgement that female warriors serve among 10,000 opens conversations about what else might require re-examination. If assumptions about gender composition were wrong for millennia, what other assumptions maintained through unstated tradition might prove equally inaccurate? The Tribune listens with enhanced cognition that processes multiple layers of meaning simultaneously. Valoris is not suggesting abandonment of core values or fundamental dedication. Rather, he's recognizing that serving those values might require approaches differing from historical precedent. That adaptation is not weakness when it serves the Emperor's vision more effectively than stasis. That even custodians benefit from examining certainties that perhaps were never as certain as they seemed. The conversation concludes with Valoris's observation that Tribune's service represents template for what custodians must become. Warriors who maintain absolute dedication while recognizing that understanding can be incomplete, who adapt operational approaches without compromising fundamental oath, who learn from experience rather than insisting reality conform to expectations, who embody perfection as continuous process rather than static state. The Tribune accepts this assessment with humility appropriate to warrior whose service spans 10,000 years, yet still carries capacity for growth. The journey from gene laboratories to current position has been longer than any baseline human could comprehend, filled with transformations that nascent warrior could not have imagined. Yet the oath remains unchanged. The dedication persists. The service continues exactly as it always has, with absolute commitment that transcends personal concerns. Alone in quarters assigned for high command use, the Tribune finally allows contemplation that constant duty previously prevented. 10,000 years of service, countless battlefields across galaxies' breadth, enemies beyond counting eliminated in Emperor's name, transformations that reshaped understanding of self and purpose both. And through it all, the question that sparked this entire journey: female custodians, their existence revealed after millennia of non-acknowledgement, their presence challenging assumptions that felt absolutely certain, their service demonstrating that perfection transcends categories baseline humans find meaningful. The truth, uncomfortable as it proves, is simple. The Tribune was wrong. Wrong about fundamental aspects of custodian composition. Wrong to assume that absence of explicit female representation meant universal maleness. Wrong to maintain certainty based on unstated assumptions rather than examined evidence. Wrong in ways that persisted for 10,000 years despite enhanced cognition designed to prevent exactly such errors. But being wrong doesn't invalidate service rendered, doesn't compromise dedication maintained across millennia, doesn't undermine oaths binding force or duty's absolute nature. The Tribune served perfectly well despite incomplete understanding, because service transcends comprehension, because dedication persists through uncertainty, because the oath binds even when the warrior executing it doesn't fully grasp all implications of what's being served. This recognition that service continues regardless of whether understanding is complete represents perhaps the most important truth of all. Perfection is not omniscience. Dedication is not certainty. The oath binds absolutely even when comprehension fails. And if that's true, if service persists despite incomplete understanding, then perhaps the Tribune can continue serving despite questions that remain unanswered, uncertainties that persist unresolved, doubts that occasionally surface despite gene-forged discipline. Perhaps the point is not achieving perfect understanding, but maintaining perfect dedication, regardless of how understanding evolves. The Tribune stands at window overlooking palace grounds, watching golden walls catch sunlight in ways that seem unchanged since creation. Somewhere in depths below, gene laboratories continue their work, creating new custodians who will serve as perfectly as their predecessors, despite carrying the same capacity for incomplete understanding. Somewhere across galaxy, Custodian forces deploy, bringing their perfection to battlefields that desperately need every advantage. Somewhere in throne room's depths, the Emperor sits upon golden throne, his consciousness spread across Imperium that he can no longer directly guide. And here now stands warrior, whose service has spanned from great Crusade's glory through 10,000 years of adaptation. The body is same one gene forged in laboratories below, though every cell has been replaced countless times. The mind is same consciousness that first swore oath in creation's moment, though understanding has evolved beyond what nascent warrior could have comprehended. The dedication is same absolute service that defined existence since awakening, though methods of expressing that service have transformed to match changing circumstances. What remains constant across all transformation is the oath. What persists through all evolution is the duty. What endures beyond all uncertainty is recognition that service continues until capacity for service terminates, and that truth That fundamental, absolute, unchanging truth binds across millennia with force that time cannot diminish, that revelation cannot weaken, that incomplete understanding cannot compromise. The Tribune turns from window toward desk covered in strategic planning materials requiring attention. The galaxy burns. Warriors need coordination. Doctrine requires refinement. Service continues regardless of philosophical uncertainties or historical revelations or questions about identity that may never find complete resolution. The oath binds. The duty persists. The service endures. Everything else, tradition, revelation, questions about gender and perfection, and the nature of certainty itself, all of it matters only insofar as it affects ability to execute duty that transcends personal concerns. 10,000 years of service behind, unknown millennia ahead. The oath remains absolute. The dedication continues unchanged, and the golden warrior stands ready to face whatever comes, secure in certainty that this much, at least, remains eternally, absolutely, unchangeably true. The Custodian serves, has always served, will continue serving until violence or entropy claims what creation forged. This is identity. This is purpose. This is truth absolute. Nothing else matters. Nothing else has ever mattered. Nothing else will ever matter. The work begins again. The duty continues. The service persists forever.